All right. Okay, welcome. We are here today to do book club, some co-working, and there might be some cooking. I haven't had dinner yet, so it's like almost 11 p.m., so I feel like I should probably have some dinner at some point here. And I did go grocery shopping today, so I have some good food I should eat. I'm not sure. I'll discuss the options in a minute and I'll see what I want to do. But yeah, I don't know. This week has been interesting so far because yesterday was super productive for publishing and graphic design. I got 2 new layouts for books done. And now we're waiting on KDP, and I'm waiting on my Canadian. Hey, Tanshi, how are you? And I'm waiting on my Canadian ISBN account, which I tried to get, I don't know, a year ago, and then they never got back to me. And then I wrote them. I'm like, hey, did this ever get approved? And then they wrote back and like, we don't have a record of your application. I'm like, that's cool because I have one in my inbox. But anyways, they're like, and then she said, just write back to me and apply again and I'll make sure it goes through next time. That was like a year ago, so I just submitted a whole new fresh application because I got over it. Well, I didn't have the time for it last time to do it twice because I'd already put in the effort to do it once. It's not even a hard application. In Canada, it's really lucky because I know in America you have to pay for every ISBN number you need, but ISBN you need. In Canada, if you get an account, you can get free ISBNs, which is amazing. But you have to sign up for an account, and then the system just didn't work the first time I tried to do that. So hopefully, but it's only supposed to take 10 days. So hopefully they will get me ISBN numbers, and then I can start, because I published a bunch of stuff. You can use like Amazon will give you a free ISBN, or certain books like journals and planners, you don't need an ISBN. So I haven't, I kind of put it to the side. So I'm like, oh, I don't really need this. But now I'm like, okay, I really want to focus on doing more publishing and stuff, so I should get this going. So hopefully they'll get back to me within 10 days and then I can release some new books, and I'm on the lookout for new authors who want to publish as well. If you've never worked with self-publishing, or if you've never worked with any publishers or anything like that, I'm looking for authors who want to publish. If you want to publish books, novels, research, nonfiction, planners like me, notebooks like me, things like that, because I don't publish novels, just short stories and planners. Lesson learned, centriplicates, exactly. Oh my god, that's the other part of my story. This is like not really a story, it's just my recap of the week. So yesterday was really productive. I got a ton of stuff done, and it was a Sunday, so I couldn't do any Italian bureaucracy stuff, so that's fine. Like Monday morning, I'm gonna go to the post office and get my SPID, my SPID, or my certificate of residence. I achieved nothing today, just absolutely nothing, because Italy is so garbage at indicating what you need to do. So I need to get my Italian ID card, CID, it's called the Carte Identité. In order to get this card, you need a bunch of stuff, but the only thing I'm missing is proof of residence. So in order to get proof of residence, you have to apply. I did that. Then a human being comes to your house and checks that you actually live there. That happened too. It took like longer than I expected. It took like 2 or 3 weeks for the person to show up. And I'm usually at home, so it's not like she missed me, you know what I mean? So I did that. She showed up. She checked that I exist. And I asked her, how do I get the proof of residence? And she had no idea. She said, you can get your SPID at the post office. You cannot if you do not have a CID already, and I am trying to get the certificate of residence so that I can get the CID. So that was useless. She also said you can go to a newsstand and ask for a certificato di residenza. So a certificate of residence. Like, that sounds like exactly what I want. No, I went to like 4 different newsstands / tobacconists, like all the little shops. Nope. Either they had no idea what I was talking about, or they directed me to another shop, like another newsstand or tobacco shop. And that kept happening. So I'm back to square one on that, and I have no idea. Like, I don't even know what I'm looking for at this point. Like, is it a document? Because they also emailed me a thing, and I don't think it's good enough because it's just a letter that says you're approved to like download forms. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I need one of these forms. I'm pretty sure this letter is not good enough. But I asked some people, so hopefully someone on the expat group will get back to me. Because I don't know what form I need, and the website is very, very confusing and all in Italian, which is fine, I can translate it, but that doesn't help because I don't know what I'm looking for. And so it's like just a terrible government website. And it's worse because it's written by Italians. So they don't organize things at all. Period. As evidenced by today, when all the information I had was wrong. Every single piece of information I had was wrong. So we're gonna keep trying, but that was very, very disheartening. I have hair in my eye. I just trimmed my bangs and I have hair in my eye, like little, you know, cut pieces of hair. I'm gonna go to the mirror and try to get it out because I can feel it. And I've already done this like 4 times because I just trimmed them like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago. But Jesus Christ, it's driving me nuts. Okay, so I won't be gone long. I'm gone for 30 seconds, 60 seconds, something like that. Let me put a timer on. Put it on break because I still feel like chatting. Oh, also, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, I'm Natasha. We do co-working and creative streams like art and fashion design. So give a like or a subscribe or a follow. And yeah, enjoy. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I think I got it. I hope I got it. So, yeah, cutting hair with eyes closed, fun. Yeah, right? There's no good solution. But yeah, so that was a frustrating day today. Yeah, I also, someone in the expat group is like, hey, I'm a Canadian coming to Rome on the exact same visa you have. I mean, they didn't say that, they just said I have this visa. And can anyone have any advice? I'm like, oh, do I ever? So I'm kind of like trying to go through and write down all my advice, which I intended to do when I first got here and then just never did. Because I'm like, oh, this is so rare and specific. No one else will ever need this. But I'm like, no, I could literally, there's a person right now who needs this. So yeah, I guess I should probably write down some of my notes. But I don't even remember where I went for a whole bunch of these things. Like a lot of these things, I had to go to multiple places. Like I had to go to 3 or 4 places to get a lot of these documents. And now I don't even remember where the final place was or how I found the final place, because sometimes it was like I only found it by going to 3 people who each sent me to the next person, right? Like the information was not online. And then sometimes I did find it online, but like there's so much conflicting information online. I don't remember which website I used that finally worked that had the correct up-to-date information. So I think it might be good going through this with another person who is actively going through it, because then we can sort out all the I can write down all the things that actually work and what doesn't work. But then again, a bunch of it is based on what district you live in. And so if she ends up, you know, getting an apartment in a different district, a bunch of it will be different again, but then we can write down how she figured out how to get it. So I don't know, it's just been a very active day, kind of half frustrating, half not, because yeah, I was really hoping to get that residence done today so that I can get my CID, so that I can get a Italian bank account instead of just a foreigner's bank account, which is not as good and it's more expensive and it doesn't do all the things you need it to do or you want it to do. It does everything you need it to do, but it's frustrating. So I'm really, really mad that it was so completely, because like I said before, a lot of times when you go into somewhere and they're like, oh no, we don't do that, you know, even though the internet says you do, they'll be like, oh, but you should go here, and they'll be able to help you. Everyone I talked to today was like, no idea. Just, I do not know. Do not know where you would get this thing done. Because it was very circular at the post office. It was like, well, in order to get the SPID, you need the CID. And I'm like, but I can't get the CID without the residence or the SPID. And they're like, well, but yeah, but we can't give you the SPID unless you have the CID already. I'm like, but you understand that I need the SPID to get the CID, right? So it was just like, oh, frustrating. That kind of, Italy has a lot of those circular bureaucracies where it's like catch-22. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I do need some sort of certificate of residence, and hopefully someone on the expat group will be able to help me, because I literally don't even know what I'm looking for. I assumed once I submitted the form, they would just send me a certificate of residence, like either in the email or in the mail. apparently that is not what happens unless I'm waiting in the mail for something to arrive, and then who knows how long that could take. Sometimes that takes months, and I don't have months. I want to get things going. So, you know, all of that. It's been an interesting day. I also have, I want to go over the book I'm reading, which is the New York trilogy, but I might do an hour of work first because I feel like I want to read some other. I haven't quite finished it. I have a little bit of reading left on it. Hey, Miofa! And I also feel like I would like to read some other people's reviews on it before talking about it, because it's one of those like weird postmodern kind of meta books, and I think I would have more to say if I'd already researched what other people have said about it. So I think we might do a co-working session for the first hour, see if I can get it finished and get some outside opinions on it. It's an interesting book for sure. And yeah, then we'll do a review of the book, and then at some point I should do some food. I didn't want to be up super late, but I feel like I'm going to, because it's 11 p.m. now, and I'm still obviously pretty wired based on how fast I'm talking. Even though I've stopped drinking caffeine, I took some methylphenidate way too late in the day, because I'm like, if I don't take this now, I'm gonna go to bed and not do any work and not do any book club, and that's stupid. So I took some more, like 7 p.m. and I'm like, oh no, it's way too strong. And I didn't take very much either, but clearly it's doing something. But it's never as good as Dexedrine. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I had the perfect system in place and Italy just doesn't understand. Does Italy have a surgeon general or something who makes overall medical decisions for this country? Someone should talk to them. Get them to authorize my medicine. But I'm getting by. Last stream I already discussed how frustrated I am with the visa situation, so that's why I was hoping to get that residence today and move forward. But we shall see. I'm also not hungry. Oh, and I've just snacked all day. I should really make something to eat. And what did I buy today? I bought just like basics, but like I bought a zucchini and bread, and I have some like pre-made risotto and what else? Some cheese and stuff. A whole bunch of random stuff. Maybe I should just make some like toast or something. Toast might be good. Oh, I did buy a bunch of eggs. I could do like eggs on toast. I'm not gonna decide right now. I'm gonna decide later. Okay, we'll leave this on break for 7 minutes, and yeah, see who's around, see what everyone's up, and let me know what you're up to today, how your weekend was, and yeah, what your week's plans are for this week. And if you have also tried to cut your own hair and gotten it in your eyes. Side note, I've been really pleased with the stream stability the last 2 streams, and now that I've said that out loud, of course this stream's going to be a disaster, but yeah, that was nice. The last 2 streams didn't have any breakups. That was cool. So let's cross our fingers and knock on wood and just all of the little superstitions, I guess. Oh my god, speaking of what was I just watching? Oh, I started watching the Fantastic Beasts movie trilogy. I guess like unfinished quintology. I think it was supposed to be 5 movies now. It's probably not getting any more because the last one didn't do well. But they didn't do well because they're terrible. They're terrible movies. Like, they're just god-awful movies. I guess this works for book club. I guess I'm doing movie reviews now too. Like, the first one's awful. It's just so boring. The second one is boring the first half, and then the second half, I actually liked it more than I expected I would. I actually, like, kind of was vibing with it a little bit. Like, it still wasn't a good movie, but, like, no, I'm like, okay, I kind of want to see what happens. I want to see what happens here, and no, that's good. It's just fucking terrible. I haven't watched the third one yet, but, like, Jude Law as Dumbledore is phenomenal. Like, he's killing that role, and then both Johnny Depp and Mads Mikkelsen are great as Grindelwald. So like I'm really just watching it for those two because they're such a good ship. Like I like enemies, so I'm dying over the two of them because the actors are so perfect, but they just don't get enough screen time. Like Dumbledore's all like, I mean, I haven't watched the third one yet. I think they get more screen time in the third one because it's literally titled Secrets of Dumbledore. But yeah, I just want them on screen. Like Newt is basically so boring all the time, even though I like that actor. And then most of like his plots just make no sense. Like, what the hell is happening here? What is going on and why? It's just, and then you're just sitting there being bored. I just can't believe how boring they are. I'm not surprised that they didn't do well, because the pacing is terrible. Like, it's just, you're sitting there being like, okay, and then next, what happens next? Give me some more Dumbledore, please. He's interesting at least. Fuck. And you know he's doing something when he's on screen. Like, he's working a plan, or he's, you know, making something happen. So same with Grindelwald. Like, when he's on the screen, something's happening. He's doing something interesting. Usually, sometimes they get boring too. Anyways, those movies are terrible. Watch them only if you like the idea of the, I don't even know if you call it the central pairing, because like Newt is theoretically the main character and his relationships are not good. And then like the other main romantic pairing is like this one witch and this muggle. And it's cute in the first movie, but then, and it's intentionally weird, like it's supposed to be kind of like fucked up, but it gets like super fucked up. Again, I haven't seen the third one, but like it gets weird and fucked up, the relationship in the second movie. And it's like, oh, okay, all right, this is cool. And that's cool too, right? Like, it's an interesting relationship rather than, at least that's not boring. Jesus fuck. But they still managed to make it boring. Like, while you're watching these two interact, you're like, okay, she's being awful to him. But it's not coming up. So there's no actual drama. It's just happening. It's like, come on, I want to see what happens when this gets called out. But anyways, I'm going to watch the third one because, like I said, they're not the two lead actors, but I like the two actors in the roles I care about. The only roles I care about in this franchise. Oh, I'm lying. The one darker girl in the second movie, she was actually really good. I really liked her. What was her name? She was one of the dark witches from the Future series, from the Harry Potter series. Lestrange. The Lestrange girl. She was really good. I actually really like that actress. She looked beautiful, and she was kind of interesting, but she was still written terribly. Like, it was boring as hell. It's one of those movies where you watch it and you're like, oh, these are terribly written female characters. But then you like step back and you're like, no, these are just terribly written characters. They're all bad. So that's not good. Yeah. It's just like, what do these characters want? We don't know anything about them. We know Newt likes animals. We know these two want to be in a relationship. We know Grindelwald wants to save the wizard world and is not really, I mean, obviously is the Magneto of this universe, kind of going about it in a maybe excessive or violent way, which is not great, which is why he's the villain, but still, like, it brings up all this, like, problems with the ministry and in every country, and it's like, then they just don't deal with that. Then it's just like, yeah, but they're the good guys, so I guess they're still the good guys. And it's like, okay, but wait, maybe Grindelwald has some points. Like, maybe we should actually compromise and do something about this. But, So anyways, that's my entirely disjointed, incomplete review of the Fantastic Beasts series, because I haven't seen the third one yet. But I can't recommend it. Like I said, I wouldn't watch it if you like Harry Potter, but you could watch it if you like Jude Law, because he's really good in it. That's all I got. That's all I got. That's the best praise I can give those movies. Give me live action Fantasia. Are they doing that? Is that a thing that's happening? That sounds interesting. Okay, what am I doing? I'm reading. This is reading time. I'm gonna be reading. I'm like, what am I working on? I'm like, I'm not. I need to finish this stupid book so I can review it and stop reading it. Okay. Oh, I put emails on my list. I'm not still doing emails. I did go through a lot of emails. I paid a bunch of bills. So I did a lot of practical stuff today too, which was good. I was in the mood after I got nothing practical accomplished in terms of bureaucracy. Okay, I don't need a summary. Okay, good, these are short.
Yo.
Alright, let's put this on working mode. And yeah, if you've read any books or watched any interesting movies lately, let me know and give me your review. And or feel free to post about it on the Discord. We have both a books channel and a film TV channel. Alright, I'm gonna put it on mute, but I'm just reading, so I'll be checking the chat.
Yo.
Long paragraph incoming. Excellent. Alright, I've got like 20 pages left on this book, so I'm going to finish it. But I will reset this timer. Also, I read a lot of reviews that said, like, you know, it's confusing and weird most of the way through, but the end really comes together. And I'm like, oh, the end does kind of come together. Like I said, I have 20 pages left, but I already had one moment where I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. Even though I don't really get it, this book is it's not a gettable book. It's very difficult in that respect. Not super difficult, just like, it's intentionally obtuse and weird. But there's some pretty obvious things it's trying to say, and then I'm sure there's a bunch of other stuff that's not obvious as well, but more invested literary readers have parsed out. So I will give my breakdown of it when I finish it. In Alchemist, there is one incident where the protagonist was robbed while he was robbed in the middle of a journey. He has no money to go back home or to his destination. He worked 2 years, so to gather enough money, he had two choices. 1, go back home with the money he made, or 2, complete the journey he started in the first place with the uncertainty that there is no reward. Now he had this mindset while deciding what to do. He was just one ship away from going home and thousands of kilometers from his destination. He says, I am not just one ship away from home, but I am one ship closer to my destination. Yeah, this positive outlook kind of struck you. Because you imagined yourself in his position and didn't once think like that. So now you kind of try to think like that. Oh, I like that. Kind of a different outlook to consider. Kind of, if things go wrong, you know, how far have you actually gotten? Like, is it all, you know, are you still further ahead than when you started? I think that's one of the things that for me, I have to continually remember, because online business and business in general is so freaking hard. And like, it feels like you're getting absolutely nothing done ever. And then I look back over like what I had maybe a couple years ago, or like what, you know, resources or audience I had, you know, a couple years ago. And it's like, okay, so I do have more now than I had then. And I know more now than I knew then. And like, there are some benefits that I have now that I didn't have then. But because I still feel so far from my goals, it's that weird balancing pivot point of like, is this going anywhere? Is this worth it? Am I getting closer to the end goal? And it's like, okay, well, if you look at where you started, yes, but oh God, it's so frustrating because you just feel like nothing's ever changing moment to moment. But sometimes reminding yourself of the overall picture helps. Sometimes it doesn't, because then you're like, there's still so far to go. But yeah, being like, no, I do know more than at the beginning. I do have more resources and more presence and more art and books and all that stuff than I did when I started. So I think that's a very resonant point for me, because yeah, it's like, I feel that. You don't have to give up just because you haven't got as far as you wanted to, just because you got delayed by life. Yeah, self-doubt, decisions, and doubting oneself. It's scary and real, right? Like, I feel like there's so many things in life that feel like that. Like, for me, it's It's really funny that I'm so absolutely sure that I want to live in Italy for the rest of my life, that it doesn't matter if I get delayed here. It's like, well, eventually I will be able to stay. Like, even if I get sent back to Canada for a while, like, eventually I will be able to live in Italy. Like, that's just how it works. Like, it is possible to emigrate as a Canadian to an Italian. Like, it might take more than one try, but it is possible, so I will eventually get it done. But in the process, in the moment, it's so freaking frustrating and disappointing and, like, draining, because it's just like, oh my god, why is everything so difficult? Having a positive outlook is a learning process. You're not an optimist, but you try. See, I'm naturally an optimistic realist, if that's not too much of a, I don't know what phrase I want there. Too much of like a ridiculous thing to say. Kind of, I always hope and expect the best, but I don't get discouraged if the worst happens. Usually I don't get discouraged. Obviously, when things go wrong, I get sad. But, and I'm not even like a big contingency planner. Like, I'm not one of those people who's like, well, if this doesn't work, then I'll do B, and if plan B doesn't work, I'll do plan C and D and E. I just, like, when plan A doesn't work, I figure out a plan B. But I do always expect that I will be able to figure out some plan B. Or that, you know, there's some things that maybe you realize halfway along the way, you know, you tried it and maybe it's just not the right time, or it's not for you, and it's like, well, okay, well, I'll try something else. What makes me happy now? Yeah, you don't have plan B. Right? But yeah, I always kind of naturally an optimistic person, so positive person. I have to be careful though, because I've recently, you know, people throw around terms like toxic positivity and stuff like all the time, and a lot of people don't use it in a very functional way, at least as far as I think. But I have started to see kind of some parts of what was the thing I noticed I did myself and I realized it was holding me back? As someone who is naturally very positive and optimistic. It was basically like by being unable to, basically, I think it was something like being unable, I can't remember what it specifically is anymore. Being unable to like specifically plan for contingencies and stuff, and then wondering why I was stressed about things just because I'm like, well, I'll figure it out when I come to it. And it's like, okay, but wait, if this is stressing you out, maybe you should come up with some backup plans, because I'm very good at thinking on my feet. So I know if a situation arises, I can deal with it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't stress me out. And so I have to be sometimes like, hey, wait a minute. Am I stressed by this? That would be okay. I could take steps to deal with it, but like I don't notice. I just like don't want to do things anymore. And then I'm like, oh wait, is that because I'm stressed about all of this? Oh, maybe I should actually like emotionally address that. The fact that this is stressful and scary and confusing and frustrating, and instead of just being like, nope, it's okay, I'll get through it. And being like, hey, actually, no, it's okay if it's all these negative things too. It doesn't just all have to be overcomable. Even if I do believe it's overcomable, it can still be stressful and painful and negative in the moment. And I think that's something I'm kind of working on as someone who's coming at it from the very positive perspective. Versus I think a lot of people have the opposite problem, which is that they're stressed out and sad and frustrated by too many things. When it's like, really? Your life's gonna be okay no matter what happens here. Like, come on, you're gonna figure it out. You're not gonna, you know, like what's the worst that can happen is kind of how I naturally think about life. And usually the worst that can happen is, you know, like you lose your job, okay, you're low on money for a bit, and then you get a new job. Like, you know, you lose your relationship, okay, you're sad and lonely for a while, and then you meet new people. Like, I'm very practical in that respect, but sometimes I have to remember it's not all about the long term. But I think a lot of people focus way too much on the short term. things generally work out if you keep trying. Yeah, logical brain go brr sometimes when stuck in a situation. Yeah, people looking from the outside can see, hey, that's the problem. Talking and writing works. Yes, I love free writing. Free writing is like my favorite technique. Whenever I feel like stuck or angry or confused or that kind of stuff, I love free writing. I should probably do some free writing because I haven't done it in a couple years now. The last time I did it was in Ontario, I guess, so it wasn't that long ago. But I feel like that could maybe help with where I am at right now because I'm still feeling so... And like at this point I know I'm stressed because I haven't really fixed my job problem yet, and I know I could fix it if I just really tried, and instead the things I have tried haven't worked, and I've kind of just been like, well, what now? And it's like, well, actually what now is all these other steps that you already know how to do. And it's like, yeah, they're going to be difficult and frustrating because finding new jobs and new clients always is. And it's like, okay, but you really hate finding new clients. You really need to find a better solution to that than client hunting. Because I'm like, why do I hate this? And it's like, because you hate the key fact of freelancing. You hate client hunting. And it's like, so let's stop doing that. And it's like, I'm too stressed to do anything. It's like, no, you're not, you idiot. Just stop fucking doing the thing that's stressing you out. Because the thing that's stressing me out is actively freelancing, and I fucking hate actively freelancing. And it's like, well, no wonder you're stressed. You know you hate this, so let's try to solve that problem so that's not your daily life. Instead of just being like, I can't do anything because I hate it. It's like, well, that's not getting any better. But then it's hard in the moment because you're like, but I have no energy or motivation to do the thing. And it's like, yep. Guess we're stuck in the thing. And then, it's the choice paralysis, right? Because I have so many options where it's like, okay, well, do I try to find similar work to what I'm still kind of doing right now, but better with less client acquisition? Do I try to find another day job? Do I try to find a day job in Italy? Do I try to find an internet online job? Do I try to find something else in the editing publishing space? Do I try to just find more actual like long-term big author clients or something like that? Like something where I can just do a couple projects a year? Do I try to find something in a completely different field? Like, do I try to lean more into graphic design? Do I try to lean more into like publishing, publishing my own planners and journals? Do I try to lean into wholesaling books, right? Because that's kind of where my brain's currently been at. It's like, well, if you're trying to sell a planner to one by one to people on the internet, why not try to sell them thousands by thousands to actual retail buyers? And I'm like, oh, that does seem like if I have to go through the exact same amount of effort of like trying to, find people and talk to them and sell them, wouldn't it make more sense to be doing that with wholesale rather than one by one? Yes, it fucking would. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. Or do I want to just do something completely different? Or do I want to do something more in line with where I eventually want to be, my eventual goals of fucking the fashion industry? And it's like, that's just been completely on the sidelines. Intentionally. Like that didn't by chance follow the sidelines. It was like, no, I'm focusing on Italy right now, so put it aside, which is fair because that's been functional. But it's still frustrating when it's like, hey, this is my biggest goal for like 5 years and didn't get anywhere, and now I'm not even working on it, so it feels like really disheartening. Do I leave everything and go to the mountains or to find your purpose? Lots of options. Exactly. Do I just like, right? But that's the other thing. Like, I'm committed to this apartment, and it was so difficult and so expensive to find an apartment in Rome. I really don't want to lose it, which is why I'm really scared about not getting my visa renewed, because it's like, it is a very expensive proposition to sign a lease in Rome. So I do not want to lose this apartment. And so, but if it does happen, I'll survive. I just also really like this apartment. I don't want to have to find another one that's not as good. Although generally, I always find a better place than the last place I was in. Not always though, sometimes I downgrade. But usually I find somewhere nice. This was the nicest place I looked at when I was looking for apartments here, and I looked at a lot of apartments here, so I don't want to lose it. But yeah, it's like, what if I did just disappear? And also because my grandmother needs care right now and my brother's doing that, it's like, well, I could very easily just move in with my grandmother, save some money, and help her out and, you know, be there for her. So there's lots of options, but they all have costs and ups and downs. Too many choices. Elise, is it a Tim Planner? You should use Twitter. X, damn you, Elon. Right? I've never found any audience on Twitter. I've done like random posts on Twitter, just kind of like live stream reviews of movies and stuff, and just random posts. And then I've done some Twitter posts that were their own thing for like fashion and stuff. And then I've done just reblogging stuff on Twitter. So things like posting, like I post, the only thing I do consistently on Twitter is post when I'm going live on Twitch. That's the only thing I really do consistently. But I have tried to do a little bit of stuff on Twitter, but I don't really know. I don't really know how to hit it big on Twitter. Is it a yearly lease or did you get a 6-month option? Haha, in Rome, it's fucking bizarre because everyone wants to lease you on a 2-year or a 4-year lease because they get a tax break as a landlord if they sign a longer lease, which is good for tenants, right? Because that means it locks in the rate too. Like they don't change the monthly rate on you for the terms of the lease. So that's like an actually insanely good government program to offer. And as the tenant, you are allowed to break the lease with, I think it's 2 or 3 months notice, but that's the problem because 2 or 3 months notice is a problem for me if my visa expires at the end of the year, like 2 or 3 months is now, and I don't know if I'm going to get that visa or not. So either way, I might end up paying for a month, even if I do break the lease, a month or two for nothing. And then it's like, well, if I'm paying for the lease, do I come back to Italy after I come home to Canada for Christmas? Because I want to do that. My grandmother is not doing great. I'm not going to miss a Christmas with her. So I want to go to Canada for that. But then it's like, well, if I can't get my visa renewed, is it worth coming back to Italy, even if I have the apartment for a couple months? You know what I mean? I don't want to fuck up my visa situation by getting in trouble either and overstaying it. So it's like, I just really hope this visa goes through. But yeah, the leasing situation sounds scary, but then you can break it. Like you're allowed to just break it as long as you give the correct amount of notice. So. But yeah, it scared me at first because I'm like, Jesus Christ, a 4-year lease? Fuck. But yeah, you can break it. I mean, double check before you sign anything that is true for you if you are in this situation. But as far as I'm aware, most of these leases in Rome, you can break with notice. Oh, my timer went off and I saw it and then I just didn't do anything about it. I was too busy talking and I didn't change the timer. But yeah, it's all very exciting because I don't really know what my life is going to look like in 6 months, which I feel like has been the same for like the last couple years. It's like, no idea what life is going to look like in 6 months, and then 6 months later, no idea again, no idea again. But I mean, I got myself into that situation by moving countries. So, you know, you reap what you sow. But yeah, I'm really trying to focus on finding new clients for editing or publishing. Mostly those things, yeah. Anyone who's an author or an academic or a graphic designer. Life be lifing so hard right now. It's insane. And everything's on like a time crunch too, because it's like, okay, well, I really need to settle down and I want to start a family and time marches on and fuck. So, you know, gotta figure out all of that part too. And it's like, well, what do I focus on? Do I focus on meeting someone or do I focus on, you know, trying to find a job here? Or do I focus on like trying to get employed by an Italian company, which is not necessarily what I want because Italian jobs aren't necessarily very good. Like they don't really necessarily pay well. They do have good, I think, work-life balance. Italians, I don't think work very much, but they also don't pay very well. So things like that. But yeah, it's like, well, what should I focus my priorities on? No idea. Cool, let's keep going. Opens Instagram, marriage posts, marriage reels, friends getting married. You're like, nope. It's funny, I have friends of so many different ages. Like I generally have friends of a lot of different age groups. So all my friends are at completely different life stages. It's really funny. It's very reassuring too, because some of the older ones are still at a younger life stage, like unmarried, unattached, you know, that kind of stuff. So trying to figure out what job they want to work. And then some of the younger ones are like fully married with multiple kids. And it's like, okay, cool. Everyone happens in their own pace. I am starting to get hungry, which is good. I should do some food. So I'm decide what I want to eat. Do I want to make an egg? Do I want to make toast and jam? Do I want to... I don't want to use my zucchini because I want to do that on a night when I'm actually hungry, because it'll be a meal within itself, basically. Don't want to do the risotto because that's quite a lot of food. What else do I have in my fridge? I'm trying to remember what I have in my fridge right now without actually standing up. And I did buy groceries today, but I didn't buy very much. It was like a minimal grocery shop because I didn't want to spend money. Also, I didn't need a lot of stuff. I just needed basics. I was out of bread and cheese, for instance. As someone who lived in France, I cannot exist without bread and cheese in my house at all times. I haven't done like scrambled eggs in a while. I could do like scrambled eggs with a little bit of the zucchini and maybe some cream cheese. It sounds really good now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe that's what I should do. That'd be nice and quick and easy. Can make anything, but you call dibs on the bigger piece, thanks. Well, if you come and get it, you can have some. But you gotta find me. That's so funny. The book I'm reading right now is literally about, like, it's three books. It's the trilogy. I'm going to talk about this for real when I finish reading it in about 20 pages. But it's kind of like themed around detective work. It's like a weird book. So it's not like a straight up detective mystery book, but it's a postmodern series of detective themed books, if that clarifies anything to anyone. This book cannot be clarified. It's fucking weird. Yeah, you read a review, right? It's you know, if you've read something like, what's the big one? I can't remember the one everyone reads for fucking undergrad. And my one friend's specializing because he's weird. But things like Catch-22 and stuff like that, where it's kind of absurd, kind of bizarre, kind of not real life, but kind of life taken to absurdist dimensions. Yeah, it's a trilogy. It is technically 3 books, but they're all pretty short. So altogether, they kind of make one, I guess, more average length book. But they are 3 separate books that kind of, you know, do form a trilogy, like they're related. But yeah, it's not a huge time investment because the individual books that make up the trilogy are relatively short. And you can frequently find it as a single edition, like it's published frequently as a book, which is nice. If it sounds like something you'd be interested in reading, you'll enjoy it. If it sounds like something you'd be like, oh God, no, you won't like it. Do you have an e-reader? I use my phone. I sometimes use my tablet, but I didn't bring my tablet with me to Italy. And also I usually just use my phone instead of a tablet because, I don't know, I'm used to reading on my phone anyways, because that's what my hobby is, reading, you know, on my phone, right? Like I just read and write on my phone. I use, okay, caveat, Scribd is not working for me right now, and I'm gonna have to cancel my subscription soon if I can't get it working, because I've been paying for it for like the last 2 months and not being able to log in and read anything on Scribd. So normally I pay for Scribd, which is a subscription book service. It's like Netflix for books, and it's really good. It has a lot of interesting books, and they kind of, sometimes they change, just like Netflix. Sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not, but usually it has a huge selection, and I loved it because it's a good subscription price. But it's not working for me right now for the last 2 months, so I'm gonna have to unsubscribe. But I also use Libby, which is free if you have a library card. So I highly recommend Libby and your local library. You use Google Play Books? Yeah, I also have like I have a bunch of other things. Like I have the Apple Books, I have the Amazon one, I have the Chapters Indigo one. So sometimes I'll buy a book on a specific platform because I'll find the best price, and then I'll be like, I don't remember which e-reader that's on, like which app that's on, and I have to like hunt for it. Kindle, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go through, open all the apps and find them all and then check where it is. Oh, that's why I got distracted by food. The last line I read in this book is about food. Kobo, yeah, I think that's the Chapters Indigo one. But for free books, Libby. Free books with your local library card. And they usually have all the big popular new books, depending on what your local library situation is. Sometimes you do have to wait a long time. Sometimes like it'll be like a 16-week wait and you're like, are you kidding me? But then sometimes that goes much faster than you expect because people return it early, or people, you know, don't borrow the book. Like me, I just put everything on my hold list, and then if I have too many books already out, I just like delay it for another month or two. And then it jumps to the next person in line. I've also got to go through all my subscriptions right now and get rid of the ones I'm not using. Like, I don't need Marquee right now, but that one doesn't renew till December, so I've got to be on it in December and make sure it doesn't renew, because it's a yearly subscription, so if it goes through in December, it'll just be done for another year, and I need to make sure that doesn't happen. Same thing right now, I've got Repurpose coming up for renewal this month, and I'm still debating. I think I'm going to get rid of it because it's really useful, but it's something I can do manually, just because it just republishes stuff from like TikTok to Instagram, or Instagram to TikTok, or like, you know, it just double publishes stuff for me without having to think about it. But I can do that manually, and I feel like it might be better to save the money, so I've got to decide. And then Scribd. If Scribd doesn't start working, I've got to get rid of that. But I'm doing pretty good on like video subscriptions, things like Netflix and stuff, because I share my logins with my family, so everyone has one or two and then it works. But I do recommend Marquee because it's basically like operas and ballets and plays and stuff, and it's really cool. But I also can't seem to log into that right now either, so I don't know if my Italy location is just like screwing up some of my logins, but Scrib did work for quite a while I was in Italy, and then it suddenly stopped working. So it's not like it stopped as soon as I got here, or obviously I would have noticed. So I'm like, well, what is it then? But yeah, I don't think I use, I'll find the spelling of it because it's a weird one and they don't market themselves very well, and I don't even know how I found out about it. But it's a good little, well, it's normally a good Netflix-like video program, but like I said, I haven't been able to log in right now, and they're not very high budget, so I feel like it might be that they haven't updated, and I usually use Firefox. I should try logging in on Chrome and seeing if it will work, because I have a feeling it might just be that they didn't update something appropriately for Firefox. Because they just don't have that big of a budget, you can tell. But they have a lot of programs on there, like a lot of ballets, a lot of operas, a lot of plays, and it's really cool. But now that I live in Rome, I can just go to the opera and to the ballet. Because I also got it when I was in Toronto. I think I got it during quarantine too, so it was like, well, this is a much better solution than nothing. But yeah, no, it's not quarantine anymore. Marquee.tv. Let me make sure. I'll post a link. Let me just double check it's the right link. Marquee.tv, yeah. Found it? Good. I'll post a link anyway, just in case anyone else is looking for it. But yeah, there was like a couple plays I wanted to watch recently, and I'm the kind of person who like, if I want to watch something like a play, I have to be in exactly the right mood to watch it, right? Because especially like not in person, like a play in person is fine because then you're trapped in the room and you have to watch it. But I'm ADHD as hell, right? So if I'm trying to watch a play on my computer, and at any point, like if I'm not fully in the exact right mood, I won't do it, right? I'll stop and I won't come back to it. But so the fact that I haven't been able to log in the last 2 times I wanted to, I just give up and then I forget about that play I wanted to watch forever, right? Like I'm like, oh, I will never be in the mood for this ever again. Like I was excited about it when I heard about it and I wanted to watch it, and now that moment is gone. So it's like, this is not helpful for me if I can't use it when I want to use it. Play seems fun. Never ventured in it though. Yeah, I got it mostly because I like ballet and opera. So it's really good to have kind of a good selection of ballets, beautiful like video recordings of certain ballets. All of the major ballets, it has multiple copies of things like Sleeping Beauty and Swan Lake and all those major ones. And then same with operas, it has multiple copies of like all the major operas. So it's phenomenal for that. Hey, it's advertising a Dita Von Teese show on there too. Damn it, let me log in! Bookmark hoarder moment, right? Hey Teloswind, how's it going? Shout out. Is that how we do that? I think that's how we do that. Yeah, I did it. Also, my advice to anyone is to never sign up for anything on a subscription basis through PayPal, because you think, oh, I don't have that credit card anymore. Any subscriptions I have will automatically cancel if I've forgotten about them. But not if you signed up through PayPal. It will just transfer that subscription to another credit card, and you might have a subscription that only charges you once a year, going on for like 5 years until you finally catch that weird charge and go, hey, wait, what the fuck is this? And then you have to hunt it down and figure out what the fuck it is through some weird credit line billing item. and then eventually go, holy shit, I signed up for that fucking 6 years ago. I can't believe I've been paying for it this whole time. Anyways, so that might happen to you. Never sign up for anything recurring through PayPal. Yeah, see, I don't watch my bills very closely. I'd watched them close enough that I couldn't believe this had happened for 5 years, but it was one of those things that only billed once a year, right? And so it just hadn't happened in any of those years any of those months that I'd actively looked at it. And plus it was such an obscure line item too. Like it wasn't clear what it was on the bill. So it was one of those things where my brain goes, oh yeah, I can guess what that is. I can guess what that item is. Like, oh yeah, it's probably this thing. And so my brain just like, assumed it was fine. Like, oh yeah, that's a reasonable amount. I'm sure it was this item. And then eventually I went, hey, wait, it couldn't be any of those. What is that? TopDocumentaryFilms.com. Ooh, I'll give it a click. Ah, it's one of the sites you used when you were on a no Netflix kind of vibe. Documentaries are one of those things for me. I have to be in exactly the right mood. It's like a play. Be in exactly the right mood to watch a documentary. Like I've had Helvetica downloaded on my computer for like probably 5 years at this point. I haven't watched it yet. Although I just learned, and I don't know if I've actually confirmed this is true, is Helvetica the name for Switzerland or Sweden or something? What is it? What does that mean? Helvetica. But it's not actually Helvetica. It's like what is it? Country. Okay, let's try this. I can figure this out. Country. Helvetia. Switzerland, Helvetia. Okay. That's what it was. I knew something had reminded me. Because my friend collects stamps, and so she had all these stamps from Switzerland, and they all said Helvetia on them, and I'm like, does this mean Switzerland? Yes, it does. So I guess Helvetia is the Swiss name for Switzerland. Cool. Or one of them. I don't know if that's the most common one or not. Or if it's an older one. It was on their ink stamps is my point. That's all I know. That's all I know. Helvetica is a font. Helvetia is apparently Switzerland. You've been playing lots of games of late and thinking about putting some games on Twitch and YouTube. Ooh, exciting. We recently had the Dork Tales Extra Life event for Extra Life. And so there's a couple good games that came out of that. And a couple really fun ones that I played in. I was going to run my Alien game originally, but then that was one of the struck properties for the writer strike. So I ended up running the Gem and the Hologram games. And that was really fun too. But yeah, I was actually really glad I didn't run the Alien game because it seemed like every other game that weekend was a horror game. And Alien would have just been more horror. But I was in a couple games that were kind of horror movie based, and so it was really cool because one of them was basically like Cube or Hypercube. It was that kind of you're trapped in a series of rooms with puzzles, which was fun. And then one of the games I was in was basically just like a standard issue horror movie. Like you're in a building and you're trying to solve a mystery and people keep dying and you're trying to, make it out alive. And it was really fun and really cool. So I really enjoyed that. And I want to run a horror movie game at some point. I've been wanting to run a mystery game at some point, like a actual detective mystery game for a while now. I haven't done that yet. Well, I've done some similar type of things, but I want to run a directly mystery vibes one. And now I want to run a horror movie one too. Not just an alien one, because the alien one's a very specific kind of... I want to run a horror movie game where there's a chance of winning, whereas the alien game is just like, no, you're probably gonna all die. What is happening in this book? I need to finish this. Okay, this is a weird turn of phrase. The streets were gloomy in the piss gray air. What is that? Like, I get the implications, but like, that's a weird phrase to use, piss gray. Like, you have some medical problems there, bub. Yeah, you caught some bits of it. Fun. But you had to scrub VODs to see clips. It looked fun. I think a bunch of them, or at least one of them, has been posted on YouTube at this point. I haven't actually checked the YouTube channel. But I think they were actually pretty proactive in posting to YouTube this time. Whereas in the past, they've been so unproactive at posting those to YouTube that I've had to download them from Twitch. And so I'd already downloaded them from Twitch, like these freaking like 16-hour video files, because I wanted my games saved. And then I'm like, oh, did they fucking post them all to YouTube already? Like, god damn it, that would have been so much easier to download. You thought it meant something different, but nope. This last book is getting, well, at the very end of this last book in the New York trilogy is getting serious Fight Club vibes. Actually, when was this written? Oh no, I'm curious. Okay. Because you kind of assume that anything that feels like Fight Club is derivative of Fight Club, but... Okay, this was published in 1987. When was Fight Club published? The book, not the movie. ...1996. Okay, so yeah, definitely this is... Fight Club is derivative of this, then. I'm sure he had read this when he wrote Fight Club. Do you export your VODs to YouTube? I automatically publish all of my lives from Twitch to YouTube lives. So mine just automatically get published as lives. But I would really, at some point, I would love to have an editor actually go through and publish them, like edit them and publish them as videos instead of just lives. You know, like more like, hey, here's an interesting conversation, let's publish it as a conversation. Or here's a co-working stream with like breaks inserted with like B footage and stuff. Or, you know, I would love edited videos posted as actual videos, but for right now I don't have time or the ability to hire someone to do that for me. You can, if you don't want to, download all your VODs and make them private public. Act to you. Editing is fun, god damn it. Give me some good rates on editing then, I'll hire you. According, okay. Yeah, so when my videos automatically publish to YouTube lives, but I keep them private for 24 hours because that's the Twitch rules. And then at some point after 24 hours, and sometimes it takes more like a week or two, I eventually make them public on YouTube. What's a good rate? I don't know. Less than what is the standard going rate because I have no money. I mean, it depends on how much work too, right? Because a lot of the stuff I need is not, it's not excessive amounts of editing, right? It's just cutting all the junk, which I know takes forever because I've done it, but it doesn't need to be like crazy perfect cuts and stuff, right? And like adding text and photographs and things like that when relevant. When you get good, it's pretty fast. Yeah, I mean, I did it for about half a year with one video consistently. So I did about 25 videos. And like I got into the swing of it. But it's not for me. It's not, and it's one of those things where it's like, sure, I could get faster at this. But that's not what I want to do with my life, and I don't want to spend any more time on skills that I don't need when I have so many skills that I do need. So it's like, yeah, we're gonna put YouTube aside for now. I'm gonna do other stuff. Put it aside until I can find someone to do it for me. Yeah, it's easier to focus on creating and send it to an editor for sure, right? Yeah, especially when you're doing all the other steps, like you're doing all the writing, you're doing all the prep, you're doing all the filming, you're doing all the all of that, the camera work. Which is why I like live streaming, because all I have to do is set up the freaking camera and everything, which is still its own hassle, but then I don't have to edit anything, it just publishes. I just have to remember to make it published. And additionally, Twitch also was pretty decent at attracting an audience. Twitch has been the most effective audience builder, except for sometimes TikTok. TikTok has bursts where it's better, but Twitch has been the most consistent, reliable audience attractor out of everything I've tried, and I've tried fucking everything on the internet. So I like Twitch. You guys are great. Ali and you work as a team, and to be honest, a third set of hands would be nice. Right? And then it's frustrating too, because sometimes you find someone to work with or to hire, and then they will only do it for a little while, and then they're like, oh, I can't do this anymore, reasons, and it's like, okay, goodbye, thanks, all right, I have to find someone else, and I just don't, because I'm of who I am as a person. I just give up forever, because that's happened to me a couple times now. Actually, I have one person who would do video editing if I asked them and paid them again, but yeah, they're also busy with stuff, so. Oh. And then everyone I've tried to hire for social media has like had life get in the way, except for one person. No, 2 people. I've had 2 people who were long-term social media. But it's so difficult to find people who want to work for part-time wages for long-term. And it's like, I certainly can't afford to hire someone full-time or even like really part-time. It's more like minimal part-time. And then right now I can't afford to like do anything because I'm still trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing with my own job. Because none of these things have taken off enough to pay out. It's like if Twitch or YouTube or anything would actually pay out, that would be different. Then I would hire tons of people. How's that working for that social media? Garbage! It's nothing. Absolutely nothing. So useless. Everything is stupid, and I don't want to rant about it, but I do want to rant about it because you put so much work into stuff and then you see no results, and then all you can do is keep trying. And it's like, this is not where my like talents and skills and interests are best served, but I can't hire someone to do the stuff I don't want to do until it does start taking off. And until then, I've got to do all this stuff I don't want to be doing and am not good at. Rant redeem. Well, I mean, I guess the rant redeem is about social media and how it's like insanely difficult to, when you want to do one thing, and especially if that's a creative thing, but even if it's not, like even just editing, like this goes for everything. It's like, all I want to do is just edit or do a creative thing or run a business or whatever. And instead I end up spending like 90% of my time just trying to like market, right? Just marketing, just publicity, just advertising, client acquisition, social media, like just all of this stuff that is just, I'm not best served in these roles. Like I can do marketing, I don't enjoy it, and I'm clearly not good at it, as evidenced by the fact that like my Instagrams have somewhere between like 1 and 300 followers a piece. And it's like none of these have like attracted any sort of attention, like any sort of following, any sort of audience, any sort of anything. And it's like some of these have enough posts on them that just by like sheer numbers game, something should have taken off. And it's like, this is garbage. And it's not like I've just been trying to do the exact same thing over and over and over again. I've tried so many different, like, you know, all of those tricks and tips and hacks and systems out there, right? Where everyone's like, I made it big on Instagram by doing these 5 simple steps. You can too. It's like, oh, I, you know, got an audience of 1,000 YouTube subscribers just by doing this simple formula. And it's like, okay, I've tried all of these. I've tried all of these. I've tried fucking everything and nothing has worked for me. And it's all, I've said this before. I've said this multiple times. It's all that survivor bias, right? If you do 5 simple things and your YouTube takes off, hey, maybe it's actually not that you did those 5 things. Maybe those 5 things helped, but also luck of the draw. And those 5 things didn't guarantee anything. They only set you up to win the lottery. It's like buying a lottery ticket. It doesn't mean you're going to win. It just means now you have a chance. And if someone else buys a lottery ticket because you're like, hey, this is all I did is I bought a ticket and then I won. You could try it too. And then you try it. And of course you don't win. And it's like, Jesus Christ, you get nowhere. And then you wasted your money, you wasted your time, and you have nothing. Yeah, you would think. I've heard that one. Consistency is the key. More vids equals more chance to go viral. So guess what? You wanna know how many posts I have on one of my fucking Instagram accounts? Like fucking, I don't know, way too many for the amount of followers I have. So yeah, that's great. It is also, it's one of those like necessary but not sufficient terms, if that makes sense. Because yeah, you can do all the things that people tell you to do and then still get fucking nowhere. So it's very frustrating when you're trying and all you can do is keep trying. All you can do is try again. All you can do is try the next technique. Like, oh, here's a new caption technique. Let's try that. Oh, here's a new video style. Let's try that. Here's a new, you know, like hashtag technique. Let's try that. Like, all you can do is just keep trying the next thing and not get too bitter about it. Can you tell that I'm bitter? Yeah, you need something to captivate an audience, right? But there is no way of predicting that, at least not as a like novice to average marketer. Like I would say even average at this point, because I have like honestly done so much education in marketing. I have taken courses, I have studied, I have read books, I have learned all of the basics there is about modern online marketing, and I did a business degree in college. So like I should have some sort of reasonable basis. I could theoretically get hired as an internet marketer, right? But I wouldn't want to because I don't enjoy it. And B, I clearly don't excel at it, right? Like it's clearly not something that naturally takes off for me. So, but I have the education, I have the knowledge, I know what to do, I know how it should work. So when it doesn't, it's even more frustrating because it's not like, I just threw some stuff against the wall to see what stuck and nothing stuck. It's like, no, I studied and researched and planned and prepped and organized and, you know, debated and carefully thought out what to do. Nothing. Shotgun approach, right? Splash the pot. Reddit would be what you'd suggest, but you've heard it's on fire. Yeah, Reddit is tricky because I kind of always get scared about Reddit because you hear about people getting like shut down for being too markety on Reddit. And again, it's one of those things that's kind of like, if you want to do really well on Reddit, you have to really craft like interesting posts and stuff about your stuff without being too salesy, because then people get mad at you and it's like, ugh, I don't have time for that. But yeah, shotgun approach is kind of where I've been at because like I said, nothing's worked. So I just keep trying more and more things. And eventually something will take off, or eventually I will be able to hire someone who's actually good at this. And if they're not, then I will fire them and hire someone else. But that's frustrating too, because I have hired people who are like, yeah, I could definitely make this take off, and then nothing happens, and it's like, well, that was a waste of money. So that's also frustrating when it's like, hey, it's not just me. I'm literally hiring people who do this as their job, and they say they can do it, and it's gonna be great, and then nothing happens, and it's like, well, we're not paying that person anymore. So if anyone knows of any really good internet marketers or successful internet marketers or successful people who are just on YouTube or Twitch or Instagram or TikTok, send them my way, because I am looking for, I don't know, marketers, collaborators, anyone fucking successful at internet marketing. And I do have things to offer. Number 1, publishing experience. Number 2, editing. Number 3, I don't know, fucking graphic design. Number 4, whatever the fuck they want. Anyone who has a sizable online following, I would like to collaborate with and or work with and or learn from. Send them my way. But yeah, I think that's my rant, is that internet marketing is really hard, and everyone who's successful talks about it as if it's really easy. And it's not. They just fucking won the lottery. And their system is not repeatable. I do love rant redeems. But yeah, also if anyone has any other like tips or hints or links or anything about internet marketing or social media or online sales or online business, anything like that, I'm always interested to learn more. As I said, I have studied a lot, and nothing has worked, so I'm interested in learning more. So something does work, send them my way. Send all your educational links my way. Especially if they're free. Just start making controversial thumbnails and understand the YouTube algorithms. When to post with what tags and what's trending, right? Yeah, just like clickbait it the fuck up. I have considered this. I haven't sunk that low yet, just because the primary brand I'm trying to build is a very intended to be a very like classic, respectable luxury brand. And then there's a bunch of luxury brands who do all this kind of fucking controversial shit. So it's like, you know. But no, I've tried to avoid kind of clickbaity controversy stuff. Just, at least for the time being. Who knows what will happen in the future. If you see me start posting stupid garbage internet drama shit, well, you'll know how desperate I got. You can quote me on that. Pick a target audience, market to that audience. Yeah, so I have target audiences. I have a defined target audience for all of my separate businesses and social media. And I do intentionally try to market to said audiences. So yes, solid framework. Agreed. Unfortunately, like I said, the only thing that's ever shown any consistent growth is Twitch, which is like the least defined fucking target audience I have anywhere, because like co-working is a fucking smash grab, and then a bunch of my stuff is like art and fashion and like planning and other random things, and it's like none of those kind of get any better results than anything else. Like co-working is my most consistent, but like my art streams get just as many viewers, like, you know, if not more, like that kind of thing. Like it wavers as to what's more popular at any given time, and most of the time they're all equally popular. So it's like, that's not even defined at all. And I intentionally stop myself from making more than one Twitch. And so I'm like, I'm just gonna make it work. I just have, like, I have multiple YouTubes and like so many Instagrams, trying to separate and segment target audiences, right? Like I even have my art stuff separate from my fashion design stuff, separate from my style stuff, because like the audience who buys clothes is different from the audience who looks at fashion illustrations, is different from the audience who looks at abstract paintings. So that's why those 3 Instagrams are separate and different, because the main business I want is to sell clothes. So I need an Instagram that attracts people who buy clothes from Instagram. Those are style Instagrams. But also, a lot of designers do have their private designs on a design Instagram page where they post their, their sketches and stuff and in progress shots. And so I'm like, okay, well, that's a different target audience, separate account. Same thing with art. It's like the audience who wants to buy clothes is not the same audience who wants to look at fashion illustrations or look at abstract art. And so I'm like, that's a different audience for sure. Like they're very segmented, they're very targeted, and yeah, even my YouTube is separated too, right? Like I have my co-working YouTube and then I have my fashion art YouTube, right? Like kind of for painting, basically. It's usually just painting and fashion illustration, right? And I don't mind combining fashion illustration and painting into one YouTube because it's the same kind of, I feel like that's a closer audience match than anything else. But yeah. Yeah, as a YouTuber. But that's the thing, right? Like all of this is, being a YouTuber isn't my end goal. Although honestly, like being a Twitch affiliate would absolutely be, is affiliate the right word? What's the thing where you actually get like, you can do Twitch as a full-time job? I would do that 100%, which is why I really like Twitch, because it is a solid builder of audience. So I feel like potentially in the cards, because I like co-working, and so I could do Twitch all day and still run a business, right? Because it'd be the same thing as co-working. So I would 100% partner. I would 100% Twitch partner is like an amorphous goal. It's not something like have a time frame for, but it's definitely something I would hope eventually could work out, because if it just keeps growing solidly, I have no reason to stop doing co-working unless I get some in-person job in Italy. But even then, I would still do Twitch for things like side hustle and art. So I feel like I wouldn't want to stop. So I would definitely move towards that. But yeah, the difference between like YouTuber and luxury brand, all of my social media accounts are in service of a business, right? Like multiple businesses, but primarily most of them have my name attached to them, right? Some of them don't. Some of them I've been a little more careful to separate my name from, but most of them lead back to Natasha Tuskovich. And Natasha Tuskovich is going to be very visibly associated with whatever, hopefully, luxury fashion brand I hopefully eventually can make happen. And so I do not want anything like embarrassing, like kind of, garbage YouTube controversy, clickbaity shit being attached to that. So it's like, like that would be nice and easy if I could just do the easy controversial crap. I do think one thing I haven't put enough effort into is like doing collabs on Twitch, like doing co-streams and stuff on Twitch. I feel like that is something, and I've tried a bit in the past. I have done a couple collaborative streams, but I find it very difficult to set up, and I find it very difficult to, I'm not an extrovert, so I find it very difficult to like bring up and get people to agree and then actually like plan out a time and stuff to do a collaborative stream on Twitch. So I would like to do more of that. That's something I haven't really pushed the limits of what that could do. So more Twitch collabs have been a goal for a while and continue to be a goal in service of that ever high Twitch goal. Collabs work well. Yeah, right? Like I feel like it just can really, just, especially because Twitch streams are so long, you really have a chance to meet, like exposure to a lot of different people. So yeah, if you know any streamers on Twitch who would like to do collaborative streams, let me know. Especially in the co-working space and or art, fashion, creative space. But honestly, like like gaming, like RPGs and stuff, probably, yeah. That's one of the reasons I definitely like being on Dork Tales, because I definitely have quite a few followers who found me through Dork Tales. So Dork Tales has been very good. You loved the talk show you did, and of course all the D&D groups, exactly, right? But then again, as I was speaking before, Twitch is such a non-defined audience for me, because it's like all the things I already mentioned, plus D&D people too. So it's like, and plus like writers, right? Because I do quite a few like writing and book club streams like tonight. So I get people who are interested in that kind of stuff. It's just Twitch is like the most non-defined audience, and yet it's still like the most successful audience I have, at least consistently. So love that for me. So predictable. Because you would expect it to be the least successful, considering it's so undefined and amorphous. But, you know, no accounting for the internet. What is my frigging hair doing? It's really annoying me. I want it to be doing that. This stupid piece. Quit it. What do you define success as? Enough of an audience to make a living. To be quite honest, like I define success as like income. I'm here to support myself, right? Like I would really like to not have to have a day job. I would really like to run my own business. I would really like to have a successful business where I can do what I want, creative work, and have an audience who wants that, who wants to buy those things or support that or pay for that or, you know, be a part of that, etc., etc. So yeah, audience and purchasers. What is a better word for that? Buyers? No, what's the word I'm looking for? Revenue is not the right word. It's not important. It might come to me, but yeah. Purchasers is essentially the same thing, but there's a better word. Fuck. Oh, yeah, viewership, engagement, income. Yeah. But yeah, my baseline is revenue. I've also been very clear about what my business plan is for all of how social media works into my online business plan, or not online business plan, how it works into my business plans in general. And so like, it has been very like, it hasn't just been like, oh, whatever, I'll do stuff. It's been like, no, this is targeted. This is exactly what my goal is and how I'm trying to get there. And just cannot fucking find that audience. Just cannot connect. And then it's like, things like my art Instagram and stuff have been pretty stale. Like I know that I need to try more different types of art videos for Instagram, for my art Instagram, but I do not have the energy or the motivation to put that much effort in anymore when all the things I've tried haven't worked. And so it's like, yeah, I could spend like an extra 10 hours a week coming up with exciting new ways to do art videos or like things to say or captions or whatever. And it's like, or I could not waste all that time and energy and it would do the exact same thing, which is nothing. So yeah, it gets very disheartening to continue putting a lot of time and effort into things when you don't see results, and then you just like, well, whatever, I'll do the bare minimum for a while until I get hype about that again, which as an ADHD person is also a very practical thing I do. So for instance, a lot of people will say things like, well, just really focus down on one thing and focus on that and, you know, get rid of everything else and just do the one thing. And it's like, cool, but when I do that, I still get distracted by all the other things I want to do. And so if I'm going to be doing all the other things I want to do anyways, might they also just be businesses? Because it's like, you can say all you want, like, well, if you didn't have all these other Instagrams to focus on, maybe your first one would take off. And it's like, yeah, but I would still be like doing art, and I would still be like, I don't know, doing all the other stuff I do. So if I didn't post it anywhere, like it would still be taking up just as much time. At least this way has a chance of making income too. looking for supporters financially. Yeah, right? And I mean, not just like supporters in the sense of like Twitch, where it's like, hey, we like you, here, have some money. But in the sense of like, hey, here's a cool thing, you know, that you might want to buy. Like, here's a cool thing that you could pay for, that you could bring into your life and that you would appreciate spending money on, right? Kind of thing, right? Like, I like creating stuff. I like making things that I like, and I want to share them with other people who might like them. And that's the other thing. It starts getting really disheartening when you make something that you really like and you're like, I feel like this is higher quality than a lot of other stuff I see for sale from a lot of successful companies and sellers on the internet. And it's like, they're making a living selling their thing, which in at least my admittedly unobjective opinion is of inferior quality. And like, you can, this isn't even like unobjective. This, like, objectively, you can see a lot of stuff that sells that is garbage. Like, it's not good quality. It's not good, right? Like, especially in terms of like art and design and things like that. And so it's like, it gets really frustrating when you're like, why can't I sell my thing, which is at least better than a lot of the stuff out there? Like, maybe it's not like, you know, I haven't been an artist for very long. I haven't been, you know, all these things for very long. So it's like, sure, it's still not top tier or whatever, but it's definitely better than a lot of the crap out there that sells. And it's like, why the hell do they have an audience? First off, live commissions on Twitch is a good way to double dip art, or on any live platform. I haven't actually done this in a while, so that's a good point. I should try to do live commissions more actively. Like, I should post that on my screen when I'm doing an art club. I'm doing art club on Wednesday tonight. Because I have tried to do that a little bit, and I haven't really gotten any bites. I've gotten very, very few bites on that. But also, my Twitch audience is bigger now than probably the last time I did it on Twitch. And I think I mostly tried to do that on like Instagram and stuff. And so, like I've said, my Instagram audience is tiny. So is my TikTok audience. But yeah, I should actually, that's a really good advice. I should try to do live commissions on Twitch when I'm doing art. That would be a smart idea. I do sell what I'm working on. Everything you've ever seen on YouTube and Instagram is for sale. And I feel like I'm relatively obvious about that on Instagram. I think most of them say like, hey, would you like to buy this? You can buy this. And also, like, half of my Instagram posts, one of the reasons I know my Instagram is stale is because half of my Instagram posts are just Redbubble. Like, they're literally like, hey, buy this print. Hey, buy this merchandise from Redbubble. Like, hey, you can buy this thing. So, like, I'm not super shy about the fact that stuff is for sale, at least in terms of art. So yeah, anything you've ever seen me paint or draw or sketch or anything, there's a very high chance that it is for sale because most of it is unsold. The originals. A couple of them have sold. I have sold a couple of originals. But yeah, usually everything's for sale. And usually I post on Instagram, like I'll change the caption on Instagram if something sells. So if you see it on Instagram and it says it's available, it's probably fucking available. Or give it away to your audience. So give it away to your audience sounds like a great idea, but I know myself and I know I hate fucking mailing things. And I have done giveaways. I've done physical giveaways 2 or 3 times and I've successfully done them. Like I did eventually mail, not even eventually, I did mail out the prizes within a reasonable time frame. But I know that it is so insanely stressful to me to have to mail things at a physical post office where I have to physically go out of my house and put things in a package and mail them. That the fact that I've even done that 3 times is like miraculous to me because I fucking hated it every single time. And I knew that. Like I didn't go into those giveaways lighthearted because I know giveaways really do help. And again, they help a little, none of it. Giveaways, that's the other thing. Giveaways didn't help as much as the effort and stress was involved in them. So I stopped doing them because, like I said, the effort and stress of having to mail something where someone's expecting it was way too much effort and stress compared to the gain in audience or engagement. Yeah, so small projects. Think about shipping with everything. Yeah, I need a friend to help with that. Exactly, right? Yeah, so I very much try to avoid giveaways that involve shipping. I've done giveaways that involve only digital products because you can give away a link to a digital product much easier. And hey, these are digital products that are for sale. Like you could buy this or you could get it for free. So I feel like it's still valid as a giveaway, but I know it doesn't get as much engagement as physical product giveaways do. Yeah. Yeah, and I do think about shipping with everything. Like I'm very careful to accommodate for shipping on like my website and stuff. And like I said, when I've done giveaways, I was very mindful and intentional of the fact that anything I advertised as a giveaway prize would have to be fucking mailed by me, and I did commit and I did get them mailed out. But yeah. If you're ever local again, right? Well, hey, if my visa doesn't go through, I might be local for a while. But we shall see. Hopefully it will go through. Come back, right? Well, I'm gonna be back for Christmas for sure, and then by then I will know whether my visa has been renewed, so we shall see. But you know, I love talking about this, and I love the advice as well, because yeah, there's always something you haven't thought about or that you've forgotten, and things like giveaways, and especially like collaborations, and especially like what was the live commissions and stuff are things that I could definitely lean into more. I think I will lean into the live commissions part, definitely. Even right away this week. So I like all the advice. It's very helpful. Even if I'm disheartened. Even if it sounds like overall I'm pessimistic. You like collabs, but when it's only online, it makes some things harder. Yeah, like when projects are physical, etc. Exactly. Hell, you could do photography. Fuck, right? I need an art photographer with a high-res camera so fucking bad. Like, just insanely bad. Although, to be honest, most of my art right now is physically in Qualicum Beach. So, everything's at my grandmother's house. So if you are interested in doing art photography, we should talk about that more. Because I would love high-res quality images of paintings. Yeah, have you done like art photography before? Like really trying to like make it perfectly aligned and square and well lit and all that kind of stuff? Because right now all my art photography is just from my own iPhone, and so the res is limited. Like it's just you can't get that high res, and so on Redbubble there's a lot of things that a lot of like products on Redbubble that I can only sell by either A, artificially increasing the resolution, which looks terrible in person depending on how big the item is, or B, patterning the graphic, like the image. onto certain larger items on Redbubble. And I would much rather be able to do large scale, like high res prints on larger items on Redbubble, because they offer quite a few cool items, things like duvet covers and curtains and things like that that are like large and beautiful. And it'd be nice if the art could fill that space instead of having to be patterned and repeated and tiled. And also, I hate photographing art. Like, I fucking hate photographing my art. It's fucking so aggravating and time consuming and fiddly. It's one of those things that, like, I can do it, but it drives me nuts and I don't enjoy it. You've done it with miniatures, but you have proper lighting and you use a nice Nikon. Or your phone, which has a 100 megapixel camera that takes some shot better than your Nikon. Ooh, very nice. What phone do you have? That's my question. That's also one of the things where I love iPhone and I don't want to move away from an iPhone. But iPhone cameras are like, they max out at a resolution that is not sufficient for art photography, let's say. Although I don't have like a top of the line one. I don't have a new top of the line iPhone. Mine's pretty old now. Samsung S21 Ultra. It's like a brick, but it's a nice cam. Yeah, well, I mean, what's the resolution on your Nikon? Can't believe how much this is reminding me of Fight Club. This is so wild. You don't have it maxed, but when it's so large, it's hard to work on in Photoshop, right? I feel that too. But yeah, no, I mean, kind of looking for max res, despite the downsides. So I can print it on a giant fucking duvet cover. Slash all the other sorts of stuff that they'd offer, like also Redbubble and other print services offer like really high resolution, just normal size posters and prints and stuff too. So like the more max the res is, the better the prints look. But yeah, no, I'm trying to think if I have stuff that's like handy that like my sibling could retrieve, because I feel like a bunch of my art is just like somewhere in the house and then a bunch of it's in storage. So I'm like, what is where? Because I bet I could get Dominic to pull some stuff out and yeah. In Photoshop you can do a better image render. What would that do? Yeah, you could find some art and take a shot of that. Yeah, like just kind of to see what it would look like. That'd be super helpful. A better image render than the website might do. I still don't understand. This is exciting though, because I have had a couple friends who've either had good cameras or been interested in photography, and then like never the twain shall meet. And it's like, god damn it. Or the people who have good cameras and like they're too busy. It's like, fuck. Or they're not local. I have all these people who have good cameras who are not local to where me and my art are. I'm gonna finish this stupid book. I'm like 5 pages from the end. I also need to make some food. I want to finish this book before I go make food, and then I'm gonna go make food. I still haven't figured out what I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna look in my fridge and actually find out what I did buy today, because I know it was more than just cheese and bread, but it definitely also included cheese and bread. And eggs. In Photoshop you can resize an image to match the duvet's requirements. The website might distort the image. Yeah, their website is actually pretty good. I haven't noticed distortion really, because it'll kind of take the image that you have and then, like I said, like if it doesn't fit, it will tile it instead. Or just leave blank space around the edges. And then you can like zoom in and out on it too. So if you want it to like be zoomed in on a certain part or like to be zoomed out, you can do that. So the reason I've stuck with Redbubble is because it's actually pretty functional in terms of its, like in terms of the features that could be really fiddly, they're actually usually pretty functional. Hey, you Supernatural Writer, how are you today? What are you up to? But there's certain items where if your image is not high res enough, it will literally like not even let you put your image on that item, even if you want to tile it and stuff. And it's like, no, you can't use this item. And I'm like, damn it, I can't even sell that. Oh, this is cute. Okay, so like I said before, this book is originally, the reason I started reading it is because it's kind of meta about like the author interacting with their own writing, and I like meta stuff. So, and it's been meta throughout. Like the first book actually has a lot of the author is like a main character in the first part of the trilogy. But he's kind of coming back into it now in the very, very tail end of the third book. And so I'm like, oh, okay, yes. What do you need? 4K? I would have to actually check. I don't know, because I knew I didn't have it and I knew I couldn't get it with my phone or with any of the phones I was looking at buying. So I'm like, give up until I find someone who already has said resolution. So I will check though. Oh, I just opened that link that was posted earlier about the fake luxury shoe store. You know, luxury is just perception. I think I've seen that before, but I'm definitely going to watch it again at some point because I remember it being funny. But it's very true. I would never argue with the fact that luxury is perception. What that doesn't mean, however, is that luxury does not have value and does not have cost. So all of those things that make the perception of a luxury brand cost a lot of money. Like luxury marketing and advertising and storefronts and even just photography and photo editing and video editing and fashion shows and, you know, whatever the product is, you know, magazine ads and YouTube ads and all that stuff, all the stuff that makes a video advertisement or a print advertisement or anything like that, that makes a product look luxury, costs a lot of money. And yes, when you're buying a luxury product, 50% of the cost of that luxury item is marketing. Literally 50% of the cost is marketing. And then after that, 25% might be profit, but that profit is probably split between the retailer and the producer. And then another 25% might be the actual cost of the item. So in a lot of retail, and then it probably, honestly, in luxury, it kind of goes another step further. So the actual cost of the item might be like 12.5%, whereas in normal retail, the cost of the item would be 25%. So yeah, you do get what you pay for. What you get is a known luxury brand, because brand awareness is expensive. And it doesn't come out of nowhere. And those luxury brands put a shit ton of money into marketing so that you know the name Chanel, you know the name Gucci, you know the name Nike. Like, anything that can charge a premium for their products on any grounds of luxury. And I threw Nike in there as kind of a mid-range item. They have items that are fully luxury, like excessively expensive items, but they also have a lot of normal items too. But the fact that you know of them, that costs a lot of money on their end, and that's what you're paying for. So yeah, luxury is absolutely about perception, but that perception does not come for free. Digital sales work well? What do you mean digital sales work well? We're talking about luxury here or something else? Or art? I've lost track. What was I looking up? I opened Firefox up to look something up and I've totally forgotten what it was now. Redbubble resolution. Is that it? I feel like that wasn't it, but I guess that's what I'll look up now. I probably won't. I don't want to do that until after I opened up the website, so I'll remember to do it, but I'm not going to do it right now because it might take me a while to find it on the website. And I want to finish this book. Yes, art or your planners or project, no shipping or distribution problems. Exactly. That is 100% why I have spent so much of my Instagram real estate, like my Instagram feed, on Redbubble marketing, because of exactly that. Like, there is absolutely no shipping hurdle for me. There is no, distribution. There's no inventory. There's nothing that I have to do for that sale to go out to the customer. All I have to do is find the customer. Same with the digital planners, and even the planners on Amazon, the print planners that I'm trying to do. Amazon KDP inherently involves distribution. So as long as you can get the audience, it goes out to the customer, no need for inventory on my part. So yes, 100%, I am fully invested in anything that has no inventory, basically. Inventory is my enemy, and I'm self-aware enough to know that. Like, you see all those like cute small businesses or home businesses, or not even home businesses, but like the types of businesses where it's someone who's printing shipping labels, and they run all those cute Instagram reels and stuff of like, oh, here's a day in my life of my small business, and it's like they print shipping labels and they pack boxes and they take those boxes to the post office, and then they do more of the other stuff, and I'm like, oh, that is so not what I want. That is the opposite of what I want. If 50% of my day was packing boxes and getting them to the post office, I would fucking kill myself. Like, that's like, obviously I would, like, if that was the job I had, that would be fine, but that is not the business I want, and I know that. So I have very deliberately tried to avoid anything that would lead me to that business. Like, I did not, I've never even considered like investing in a nice printer to make my own prints. I don't want to make my own prints and have to ship them. Ew, fucking no. That's what Redbubble is for. I don't want to print my own planners and have to ship them. That's what digital planners are for. If you want a print copy, you can go to Amazon. I will sell them to you on Amazon, but I'm not printing them and shipping them to you. So yes, 100% agreed. Very astute observation. No inventory is my mantra. I mean, the art, it's like it creates inventory by, you have to physically, like I prefer physical art to digital art, although I like digital art too. But I'm better at physical art. So it's like by default, there's inventory created when you make it art original, but that cannot be helped. And also, because art originals sell for a reasonably high price, if they ever sold, I've sold like I said, very, very few art originals. But when they do sell, like especially like oil paintings or acrylic paintings, they can sell for a decent price. Watercolors, pretty cheap. You can't get much for watercolor, but But they're also just a sheet of paper, so you could theoretically mail that for very cheap as well. So it doesn't, you know, that doesn't bother me. Plus, they don't sell. They really took off. We might revisit this issue. But yeah, the fact that art originals have to be shipped is fine because generally it's worth it. Everything else can have no inventory. That's also why I really don't want to... Everyone's like, well, why don't you just start like making clothes and selling them, you know, one-offs, kind of like do customs. And like, no, I don't want inventory. I don't want anything I'm responsible to mail out because I know I don't want to do that. I know I will hate it. I know I will be bad at it. And I know I will start procrastinating on it and the customers won't be happy. So let's just not get myself into that situation. There's no point. It will not end well. So no, that is why I will do custom dresses for people if they want. Like I have that as an option on my website, but it's not promoted because it is not what I want my business to be. Yeah, you don't mind inventory for your game, but that's because you want to locally distribute, and your hope is to go store direct. That's what I was saying earlier today. My next plan is to really focus on wholesale for things like my planners and notebooks and things like that. Like I really want to focus on finding wholesale buyers because I feel like my planners are at the level now that I've got printed copies and I can see what they look like. Like I could see this in a store. Like this could be bought by a store, a physical store. And so whether that's small stores or larger stores, the next thing I want to focus on is wholesale because then again, it's like you make one wholesale order and you just sold maybe 1,000 of them versus making one-on-one online order. Now you have to do it 1,000 more times. So wholesale is it recently became a more proactive part of my plans for the near future, whereas it had always been kind of amorphous, especially for things like the planners. I'd never considered wholesaling the planners. I'd considered it, but I hadn't like actively moved toward it, and now I'm actively trying to honestly find a sales rep. So if anyone knows any like book publishing, planner, stationery people in that world, hook me up, especially if you know a sales rep or you want to be a sales rep. Let me know. I need a sales rep who wants to talk to retailers and sell them books and planners. Yeah, exactly. And local stores, exactly, right? You know, if you can get a 10 order, that's way better than a 1 order, right? So that's also in the cards. My local stores right now are very Italian, so I do have some things like notebooks and stuff that would be appropriate for an Italian store. And also there's a lot of tourist shoppers in Rome, so Italian stores also might be interested in English planners because they can sell them to tourists. So there is room for that as well. So that's also on my to-do list. But again, I will sell them and get them hopefully not even shipped to me, just shipped directly to the store once they're printed, because I do not want to be involved in that. You need large quantities for prints, but local print shops, 30 minutes from here, they can hit quantities. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm less concerned with like wholesaling like art prints, for instance, just because I'm not sure what the market for that would be. Like I don't even know what stores I would be looking at for wholesaling art prints. Whereas things like books, like planners and notebooks, I can see very easily what stores I would target. This is so cute. This is getting like super, super meta. So they're talking like I said, this book is about, it's like the weirdest review because it's been like ongoing throughout this whole stream. I will give a summarized review when I actually finish. But like I said, it's been very meta about the author, and it's about detective work. And so at this point, they're talking about the author who is a character in the books. And they're talking about like, hey, where is that character? And like the line is something like, he's somewhere, it's not important. And like from the audience perspective of knowing that that character is the author, yeah, of course he's somewhere. He's writing this right now. He's reading this, you know, kind of thing right now. Like he is somewhere. It's just, that's kind of the part where this whole book starts to come together. Yeah, he thought he was following me, but in fact I was following him, and there's this like interplay between the characters who are investigating other characters and then whether that character is actually watching back. And then of course, since one of the characters is actively named as the author, it brings this fourth wall break in, and it's like, well, if the author can be a character in this book, like is the audience also can be a character in this book? And it's just everyone's following everyone because everyone's watching and reading about everyone. As the audience, you are by default following everyone in the book, just the same way the detectives in the book are following other characters in the book. And you know, it's just all, I like it. It's really, again, I'm going to talk about this more when I do a summary in probably once I make food. I'll do the summary while I eat my food. Yes, you gotta get back to work. Yes, I think definitely collab stuff. And yeah, like photography stuff if you're interested. So yeah, very exciting. I like this. This is exciting. I like that you're actually local to the physical proximity of art. And then yeah, like I said, collaborating is one of my goals. So you know a few other local photographers. Okay, so I like that. Some sort of like, if things don't work out, there might be a connection or something. So you can hook it up, but you're definitely cheap. Hey! Small businesses helping small businesses, right? And just at a wedding. Oh, congrats. Exciting. Wedding gigs are fun. Well, depends, I guess. Sometimes they can be, sometimes they look fun and sometimes they look very stressful as a photographer. Kind of speaking from someone who is not a photographer, but who really enjoys wedding photography when it's done right. Is that every fucking female on the face of the planet? I'm sorry, that might have been like way too stereotypical. But yeah, speaking as a female who enjoys wedding photography, oh no, so rare. Anyways. Hey, Evan Adam, how are you? How are you today? What are you up to? This was relaxed, and you take a backseat approach. Very nice. Yeah, you don't interfere, just capture the moments you see when you see them, right? I like that kind of style where it's very, you know, it's like you guys just do your thing and I'm gonna catch some good shots. Just don't worry about it. Don't think about the camera. Just another day for you up and Adam working out. Ooh, exciting. Good luck with your workout. Muzzle top on the move. God, what did I just see? I just saw the cutest, like, it was the opposite of like just natural moments, but it was like this really cute engagement video. It was like in a park and the guy, you know, surprised her and her friends were all there. And oh, that's what it was. It was cute because he told her it was a white party in the park. And so she's wearing a cute little white dress, right? And she's like, oh, it's a white party, like a picnic, right? Like a picnic where everyone dresses in white. And then she gets there and then obviously he's not in white. And then like, you know, there's no picnic. It's just him. And it's like, oh, but that's a cute way to get her to dress up nice. And obviously they got a really good video and good photographs out of it. Are you done with work early? The work timer is running. Today is a weird day for working because I've mostly just been reading because I wanted to finish this book so I could review it for book club today. And I'm on like the last 3 pages now. I've been on the last 5 pages for like 40 minutes because I keep getting distracted and talking. But I'm not worried about it because, like I said, it's just a book for personal reading. The only timeline I have is I want to review it for book club today and then be done with it. Because I didn't want to put book club off. And I didn't have another... Well, I did have a couple other books, but I didn't... I was really close to finishing this one, so I figured I would finish it instead of going to another book that I didn't want to review. You'll be around for the remainder of the stream. Well, thank you for the lurk. I'm gonna be cooking dinner in a minute here, so I might turn the camera towards the kitchen, or I might just be away from the camera for a while. So it was good to see you as well. And I hope I will catch you again before the end. I'm not going to be up too much later than this, but definitely a little bit because I do still want to cook dinner, review the book, and that's about it. I was going to do my nails today because you probably can't see on the camera because I'm avoiding it, but I've lost this one, and this one broke today. So I've needed to redo my nails for about 2 weeks now. And they're starting to show it because I've lost 3 of them. Well, I've lost 2.5 of them. So maybe I'll do my nails tomorrow. But that was originally what I was going to do today. And then I was so disheartened from my disastrous Italian bureaucracy day that I didn't want to. So that was my day today. I had a plan. I was going to do my nails and then book club. And then I didn't. I was not in a happy enough mood to do my nails. So I just at least did book club. So I'm proud of myself for that. My foot's going asleep. The book also has all this like flow between the characters and the author and whose experiences are whose experiences. It's not very clearly defined, so it's interesting. And it's intentionally ambiguous and misleading too. Yeah, this whole thing is like cyclical. Now it's referring to stuff from the first book. It's good. It's good. Okay, so 4-9 by 3-2 is the res of your Nikon. That seems pretty good, right? I would have to actually look up some stats, but that sounds good to me. And I will check Redbubble at some point here. Yeah, it's pretty decent. I should expect so. Oh, I haven't run an ad in a while. I'm gonna run an ad to turn pre-roll ads off, so that'll happen now. You can't possibly know what's true or not true. You'll never know. Yeah, that's what this whole book's about. I also feel like this book would do well with a double reading, but I am sure as hell not reading this twice, at least not right away. But I also feel like you'd have to read it immediately back to back in order to get anything out of a double reading. No, not necessarily. You'd still remember the major things, looking back on it a second time. You think the phone is way better, though? Yeah, it's entirely possible. A lot of times the phones just have better, like, algorithms and stuff, so they end up taking better photos, even if the resolution might not be as high. So it's entirely possible. If you're taking test shots, right, like take them with both and see what does turn out better. But only at a certain distance. Yeah. All the words seem to have been put together strangely, as though their final purpose was to cancel each other out. Yes, this book has very much about things either coming full circle or kind of, in a way, canceling themselves out. It's interesting. It's well written. That's what you do, you use both. That makes sense. What's right for the right shot. Each paragraph made the next paragraph impossible. Correct. Oh, that ending is very confusing though. I can't tell if he dies in the end or not. It's kind of written like a suicide, but then it's not clear. Which, I mean, is obviously the point. You know, just to spoiler that for everyone. The Nikon has a processing delay after a bunch of shots, so you change to the Samsung. That makes a lot of sense, especially for something like a wedding. Yeah, where it's like you want to be able to capture them when you need them, not on the Nikon's time frame. Okay, I'm gonna make some food. Depending on what I'm cooking, I might turn the camera around or I might not, because I'm probably just gonna cook something really fast. And then I'm going to eat dinner and do my book summary review. And yeah, I think that's my plan for for the end of the stream. So we're not ending yet. We're gonna do, I don't know, maybe another half an hour to an hour here. But yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go check my fridge and see what kind of food I have. We'll be back. Okay, I didn't think I was in the mood to do something this intensive, but I'm gonna do my favorite food, which is Turkish eggs. And I think I've made that on this channel before, but it's basically just like a poached egg on yogurt, garlic yogurt with like a chili butter sauce, and then you dip toast in it. And it's fucking the best thing humanity has ever done. I say I will accept no critiques. So that's what I'm gonna make, but it does take a little bit of time because you have to like do the egg, the butter, and the yogurt. So I am gonna turn the camera around and switch to cooking for a little bit here. Oh good, my cooking note already says book club after, so that's easy. What am I doing? I'm making Turkish poach sticks. Around. Yeah. Mic. Okay. Right, let's put it up. I'll pull this up a bit higher. Neat. I definitely do need the stove in display because that is where most of this takes place. Oh, I don't like it like that. God damn it. At some point I will have to get a house that is like set up for streaming. At some point. Okay, no, I need more of the kitchen. Okay, what do I need? I need to maybe be on camera, like even just a little bit. Make this any taller. Sure. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. I think that's as good as we're getting, probably. Okay, I need to pull out the yogurt. I started the water boiling already. I need garlic, chili. Chili's right there. I need garlic. I need butter. Oh, my potatoes are all growing. Growing things. Okay, garlic. Need to get the. I need to melt the butter and I need to melt the yogurt. Do I have a third pan here? I do. What do I want to do? I think maybe I do the yogurt first because it doesn't have to stay warm. You just want to kind of heat it up to room temperature. And then I'll do the butter second. Okay, let's do that. And I need to shred the garlic. Okay, oh, and my water's already overboiled. There's no water simmering for the eggs. And we'll do probably 2 eggs, so I'm feeling hungry now, which is good. Okay. Let's do that pretty low here. Okay. No. Good enough? It should be. I don't need 2 eggs. Okay. And the butter. Won't need that yet, but it can start warming up. Water needs to calm down, that's fine. The yogurt is in there. Where is my cheese grater? I've lost it. It's probably like super visible if I had but eyes to see. Not where it's supposed to be, and it's not where it usually is. So what the heck did I do with it? I hid it somewhere. This is what happens when you put things away. Oh yeah, it's inside a bowl. Hiding. So I found it. Garlic really doesn't want to break apart. Over too. Okay, that pulled it right out of the paper. Fantastic. Can I do that again? That was like super cool. No, it's just destroying it now. Well, that was a cool fluke. Recreate it. Okay, two. These are huge garlic cloves. I really don't know if I actually need to. I feel like I might overwhelm this if I use 2 cloves this size. They're like really large. They're also very fragrant. So this one's already cut. So let's use that one. What am I going to do with this one though? It's already peeled. Get back in your home. I don't know. Okay, so I'm just going to shred the garlic directly into the yogurt, which is warming up. And you do not want to cook the yogurt. You don't want it to separate or anything. You're just trying to warm it to room temperature. Yeah, this is so much garlic. This is honestly like twice the size of the garlic I usually use. So, oh yeah, 1 clove should be full enough. This water is still boiling, way too hot. Go down. To make a perfect poached egg, you just want it simmering. Just a couple little bubbles rise into the surface, not big, huge bubbles like this. I just love burning my fingers in the process. You could also use like a garlic press or just chop it up finely if you wanted. I like shredding mine. I think that all the garlic I bought in Toronto was very small. I'm used to very small garlic. And even the garlic I bought in Italy so far has been small. Not this one though. This one is very large. I guess I don't have to worry about wasting it because there is so much of it. Okay, that water has calmed down a little bit. It's still too much. I'm going to try to have 6 again. Stir this in so that the garlic gets all mixed into the yogurt, which I can see is already getting hot. I'm going to turn that one down as well. As I said, you're just trying to warm up the yogurt to room temperature and mix the garlic in. You are not trying to do anything that might separate the yogurt or change its consistency other than making it more warm. Butter sauce too. So I'm not gonna, the egg I could start right now, but I'm not going to because I need to cook the butter sauce first. Otherwise the egg will be cold by the time the butter sauce is done. I also do need to get some toast toasting. So for me, I'm going to make probably 4 slices of toast. If I was making this for 2 people or more, I would make a lot of toast because the toast always goes much faster than you think with this recipe. And it's so fucking delicious. The way I normally do this, I would normally do the yogurt on top of the butter or the water, but I didn't do that today. I have a giant piece of garlic still. The yogurt is also a little sweeter than I wanted. I've been trying to find the perfect like unsweetened Greek yogurt or just like plain yogurt, and I've been struggling in Italy. I did find it in one store, but then I didn't buy it at that point, and then I don't remember what store it is. That happens to me all the time. All the little stores have different things. Okay, this yogurt's probably fine now. Let's put it in a bowl. It could sit there for a bit longer and get warmer, but I'm far more likely to overcook it and have to start again than I am to regret undercooking it. So I'm going to try to get rid of a lot of the sour cream because I'm going to do the butter in the same pan, and it's going to act weird, or yogurt, it might act weird with the butter, so I just want to get it out of there. Especially because we're going to kind of clarify the butter or ghee, and so I'm going to get rid of the extra fat of the yogurt. How much butter do I want tonight? Yeah, you can use as much or as little as you like. This recipe is, that's the other thing about this recipe, it's like super much, like there's no rules, there's no, I mean I'm sure there was the first time I made it, but you can really do whatever you want. I also never said it was healthy. But honestly, it's not that bad for you either. It's like, you know, yogurt, eggs, butter. Good foods. Okay, I need a plate for the toast. I'm going to put more toast in it. Oh, I should cut up the toast too. No, I used the little cutting board that's already out. Okay, the butter is heating. When that butter melts, I'm going to put chili flakes in there. Oh, I should do that. Water's still simmering. Forgot what I was doing. Toast. This stupid meal also has like a stupid number of parts. And it's like, why did I make a meal that has so many different things to keep track of and do? But it's so good. More toast. Oh, I tied up the bread and put it away because I'm stupid. God damn it. I knew I was going to need to make more than one set of toast, and I still put the bread away. Slightly terrified seeing you with something so sharp. Yeah. I'm actually usually pretty good at not damaging myself while cooking, except for I burn myself on ovens a lot, which is why I always try to buy the really big silicone oven mitts. But I didn't bring mine from Canada because I'm like, that's a thing I can find in Italy, no problem. I found a pair of nice silicone oven mitts in France, no problem. Yeah, I can't fucking find any here, so I've got like these tiny, they're cute, but like tiny oven mitts. They only go like this far up my hand. Like they're just not very big. They just kind of cover my wrist. This is not showing on camera at all. But the big ones usually go way up here, and I've burned myself up here, so. But my oven's also super tiny because it's just an air fryer, so I'm okay. I haven't hurt myself yet. So I've come pretty close. So because of the air fryer for a while before I got the oven mitts, and I just had a pair of tongs, and I'm like, well, this is kind of dangerous. Okay, I feel like the butter can go up in temperature. Also, the water can go up. One, it's not simmering anymore. Butter. Cooking. The water is going to start doing more. My eggs are already out. Oh, okay. So I bought a strainer. I have bowls, and we're gonna do a full-on egg separation, perfect poaching. So you need 2 bowls, you need a strainer, and you need your eggs. And these eggs are a little old, so they might separate, so I'm kind of mad about that because I hate them separating, but we should be all right. So crack your egg into the strainer and let the whites, the extra watery whites, leak through the strainer. Didn't crack very well. Yeah, that is totally already mixed. It's not even a good crack. It's like attached to the egg. Okay, I don't know if that's even functional. Let's try the other one. I did buy new eggs too, but maybe I should cut my losses and do a new egg for the next one. Because if I crack 2 of these, I'm not going to want to eat 3 eggs. And I'm going to be really mad if if the yolks break on all 2 of them. Amazon, yeah, I've been trying. In general, I try to avoid ordering things off Amazon, but right now I'm definitely trying to avoid buying things, period. But yeah, and also, like, it's one of those things where it's like, I do already own a good pair, and eventually all my stuff from Canada is going to make it over here, so it's like, do I really need to own 2 sets of silicone oven mitts? Gonna cook a chicken burger? That sounds good. Veggie chicken burgers are like one of my favorite things. It doesn't even look good. I am gonna try one of the new eggs because I really do want at least one of these to not have broken. This meal is best when the nice egg yolk mixes in. Like, I don't even know how to cook this. This is just like a mess. I guess I should cook it with the butter when the butter is done. I don't know. Please don't separate. Or please don't. Oh, I saw it. Yes! Oh, yes. Okay, that one's perfect. For now. Ow, my hot water tap is way too hot and I hate it. Especially because it's on 2 different taps. I would never, ever in my life have 2 separate taps. And I know the British are all about that, but I think it's dumb. Like, why have something you have to operate with 2 hands when you could have something you can operate with 1 hand? Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, so you let the extra yolk drain off without losing the main part of the yolk, but see how I don't know if you can see it all, but a bunch of the white liquidy part dropped off the top. And then I need another bowl. This one's full of useless egg. You want a round bowl to gently slope the egg into the cooking water. Take it from the strainer, gently plop it in the round bowl. Again, try to get rid of any excess whites. Simmering water, just gentle bubbles rising to the surface, and gently drop the egg in. I gently let the water come into the bowl first, and then I pull the bowl over. You should make the beautiful, perfect round poached egg. Butter. Purify it a little bit. Oh yeah, that sour cream is the yogurt. You've seen sour cream in this yogurt. The yogurt is definitely floating on top. So I'm putting that down the sink, and I probably shouldn't be. Yeah. You know. I should probably put it directly in the garbage bin. Shouldn't I? Yeah, there's some paper towel in there. I didn't set a timer for my egg. Fuck, that's the most important step, is a 3.5 minute egg cook time. Hey Siri, set a timer for 2 minutes. I'm gonna assume that was about 1.5 minutes, I'm guessing. Also, things do cook pretty fast here. Maybe I should take it out before that. Oh, I popped the yolk! Oh, I'm so stupid. So bad. I think it's pretty cooked already. I'm gonna pull it out because it actually didn't leak out when I did that, so I'm like, it's done. There we go. Now it's leaking out into the yogurt. I don't know if that's not showing up on camera at all. Wow, like not even a little bit. I'm just gonna pour it on the floor. Anyways, I'll show you when I sit down. The yolk is leaking into the beautiful yogurt, which is what you want. Okay, what am I doing? I guess I should crack another egg because I don't know what the fuck that thing is. And yeah, I'm glad I bought new eggs. And we'll eat the old egg. I don't know, for scrambled eggs sometime. Gently, beautiful. Don't worry about wasting the whites because you're gonna get rid of extra white anyways. Just keep moving. I don't even see how much of the white tried to pour off there, like quite a bit. There, try to keep these away. Okay. And then I have a feeling that was less than 3 minutes, so I'm not sure what to set my timer for. Oh, I should put a lid on this. Oh, that's the first timer that doesn't actually help me. I just hit reset. That warm. That egg's cooking. Set it for another 2 minutes. That's fine. That's actually probably not what it wants. Butter is not browning at all. Turn the butter up. It's supposed to kind of brown. There we go. There's some bubbles. Like I can't even scoop off the fat because it's just not really doing anything. There we go. There we go. Now it's okay. I don't want to use this thing because it damaged it last time. Let's try this one. Ones in Europe cook things so fast. And one for each hand. Don't eat vegetarian as often as you should. Like, this is something, like, honestly, this is my favorite food, and not like my favorite vegetarian food. Like, it's just the best thing on the planet, regardless of what is involved in it. And it happens to not involve any meat. You could probably add meat to this too if you really wanted. You don't need to. I feel like that's done. The egg is pretty solid already. So, let's plop that in there. Oh, I popped it right on top of each other. That's kind of silly. Hey, and we're done. Okay, that. Oh. And butters. I don't know, it's not really almost done, but I guess it'll work. Oh yeah, I can smell the butter finally. Okay, see, we're done. Should really be a little bit more brown, but I'm not gonna worry about it because I'm hungry, and honestly you can't fuck up this meal unless you break your eggs and even then it tastes good. You really can't fuck this up unless you burn it, which I have done. I have burned the butter before. And I have, okay, no I'm lying, you could also separate the yogurt. But I didn't do that today. Getting rid of some of the foam from the top of this butter. I'm not being super picky about it. I'm not good at clarifying butter and I don't enjoy it. And I'm sure there's a better way than this. But I like that. Brown just a little bit more difference. And we're good. Okay, what do I need? I need a fork and a knife. I need a napkin. Oh, I have a half-eaten fruit. Okay, where's the rest of my toast? That'll be ready to be cut now. See, super dangerous because it's not really a stable surface. But you know, whatever. I'm hungry now, so I don't care. Alright, that's done. That's done. We'll deal with that egg later. Butter looks about done. That's it's gonna get, anyways. And then just pour the butter sauce over everything, and you're pretty much done. That's it. That's a fantastic meal. Okay, almonds are off. Okay, bring the phone back, bring the food over. Toast. And we'll turn the camera back and shorten it again because now it's very tight. I don't know where it was. It was probably about there. Probably about right. That looks about right. Maybe a little more over here though. Oh, it's warm in here now. I guess I was cooking. So that checks out. Egg is protein. Egg is animal protein for sure. I don't think it qualifies as meat, but it is debatable. I'll give you that. Okay, so, oh, you can't even see it anymore. Also, the color grading I have on this is way too strong because you can't even tell that this is white yogurt with yellow butter sauce. It's supposed to be more browned. And yellow, orangey yellow egg yolks. But anyways, it's all in there. It's so delicious. Actually, you can see it better in that shot. Oh, yeah, delicious. Okay, I'm gonna poke. Oh, yes, that's perfect. I don't know if you can see that on camera, but like, it's just that right gooey yellowness on the inside. Oh, I'm super excited. This is really good. See, I feel like this was too much butter, honestly, but you know, it's gonna be delicious. I didn't add any salt to this. I feel like normally I add salt to the eggs or something, but I feel like I'll be okay. If I want some, I'll get up and get it. Oh, I should use a spoon, not a fork. I'm generally a fan of forks over spoons for even things that would do better with spoons, but this one, you really do want to scoop. Turn the mic back to face me too. Okay. Oh, and I should reset the timer. I don't think I even set it. I suppose I could put it on the book club, couldn't I? That's gonna make sense in a second. There we go. This camera's too zoomed in here. There we go. All right, so what do I have to say? I need to eat some of this before I start talking. Sorry, I just do. I might die otherwise. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. It's the right amount of garlic. Could have used a few more chilies, but it's fine. I'm good. I'm glad I didn't use more garlic though, because the garlic is already very strong. Oh, damn, that's good. Okay. Excellent. I've been trying to get back into more like affiliate marketing stuff too, and I just found a new affiliate code, so that's going to be good. We'll try to get, the problem is I have a bunch of them and I never actually post them anywhere. I'm just like, so my goal is to start actually posting them and to rebuild an Amazon shop again, because I took down the last one. Well, I didn't really take it down. Anyway, it's not working for me, so I need to try a different way of making Amazon affiliate links. Okay, I really don't have a lot of notes on the New York trilogy. I'll start by explaining, as I have already today, that it is technically it's a trilogy of 3 books, but they're all quite short, so it's frequently sold or produced as a one book called the New York trilogy. And they are all connected, although they do not appear to be so at first, and in fact, reading through it, you can see that they're all similar, but they are, until you get to the end, they're not really connected. Or there's little hints that they're connected, I guess you could say. So good. So it's all centered around detectives and writers. And so the writers make sense because obviously a writer wrote it, and I guess he has a thing for detectives because it's all about that. But he definitely like goes into like the similarities of detective work and writing, and especially at one point, the very last book, one of the characters is literally considers himself a writer, not a detective, and that line is blurred for most of the other characters in the books. But he considers himself a writer, but he ends up doing detective work basically because he's researching a biography, and so it kind of shows, you know, very, very literally, very clearly the similarities between, you know, like research for a writer and research for a detective. And then, of course, those things blur together. Especially given what we already know about the previous detectives and their work in the previous stories. So I'll give a brief summary. The first story is about, this starts out as the most normal plot and then it rapidly devolves. The third one I think stays the most normal the whole time. The second one is just crazy from the get-go. So in the first one, there's a writer who writes detective novels. Also, the first one has the most layers of characters, although the third one brings it all together, so technically the third one does. But the first one's more blunt about it. So the first one has a writer who writes detective novels under a pseudonym, and then he has a detective character in those books. He is then mistakenly identified as a detective in his real world known as Paul Auster, who is the author of the book, the real-life author of the real books. But in this world, he's considered to be a detective, and the main character is mistaken for him, so it's a mess already, and it gets worse. he eventually agrees to be known, like to be Paul Astor and to do this detective work because he's been a writer of detective novels for so long. He's like, I could do the job, I'll help you out. So he pretends to be Paul Astor, the detective, who, when he actually looks him up, doesn't seem to even exist in the world. Surprise. He then changed his name a couple more times for a couple different levels, like usually briefly. But yeah, he goes through a bunch of different names and levels of who he is and who he's looking for and who actually exists in the real world versus who is a fiction. And the whole trilogy explores the nature of what is a fiction and what is a reality and who's a person and who's a persona and how much of anything we do is real or just a character. Need some more. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't heat up the yogurt anymore. It didn't need it. The warm egg and the warm butter warmed it up, kept it warm nicely. So he follows what is ostensibly the most actual mystery in the whole trilogy. Someone hires him to observe someone else because they think, it's their estranged father and they think he's going to kill him. So he wants him to be watched so that he doesn't murder the client. But then it rapidly becomes clear that this guy isn't going to do anything of interest, and this is a running theme through the book of watching people do nothing and kind of devolve into a life that is just sitting and watching for months and months on end. And that's where the characters start to get weird, because this happens repeatedly where characters decide they're going to watch someone and then they make their whole life about nothing else but following this person and watching them, to the extent of like becoming homeless and not leaving their sight for for 24 hours a day. They watch this person and they do nothing else. And that's why the characters get absurdist, right? Because in real life, obviously, people don't act that way. They have their own lives and goals. But the characters in these books, because they're supposed to be intentionally viewed as characters, do not have anything to do except for what they are doing, and they take it to extremes. They can't seem to make any sort of decisions or choices for themselves. So that's the first book. The second book, so he kind of goes crazy by the end. They all go crazy in this trilogy. Every character is crazy. The second book is the weirdest one because it starts straight away. All the characters are named after colors, and all this, it's like the street is named after a color, and there's a lot of things named after colors in a realistic way, like Mr. Black and Mr. Blue kind of thing, right? And Orange Street, but things like that. So one of the characters hires the main character Blue to watch White, hires Blue to watch Black, and then it eventually, I'm going to give spoilers, it eventually becomes clear that there is some sort of conflation between all of these characters. So kind of White, he ends up realizing that Black is the same one who's posting the checks to pay him to watch White, and vice versa. And then they're all kind of the same person, but then also Blue starts conflating himself with White because all he does is watch him 24 hours a day. And so his whole life is exactly the same as Black's life. And so it's that kind of muddle where the characters start becoming other characters, kind of through their actions and also, through the prose. And then he also goes crazy. The third book is has a little bit more of a consistently traditional narrative structure, in that it remains normal throughout most of it. Like, the characters act normally throughout most of it, mostly. And that one, the main character is a writer who has a friend who is also a writer, but his friend up and disappears one day, and so the main character ends up publishing his works and marrying his wife and basically taking over his life. And then people start wondering, because he published them under his friend's name, like he wasn't trying to pretend that he wrote them or anything. But then people start questioning whether it's just a pseudonym and did he really write the books, and which ties back into how like the very first author in the books had a pseudonym. He used a pseudonym to write all of his books. Oh, and also the second Mr. Black, who was being followed, he was a writer too, so you had a detective following a writer in the second book, whereas in the first book you had a writer following a random person who it all kind of conflates. They're all detectives and they're all writers. In the third one, you have that technically in the first one it was theoretically a writer acting as a detective following a theoretical criminal, but the criminal didn't really do anything. It was, yeah. In the third book, you have the writer becoming a detective to investigate what happened to his friend who disappeared. So he acts as a detective, but in the capacity of being a writer who's going to write a bibliography or biography. And but then they start to get conflated too. The guy and his friends start to get conflated, and you get a lot of lines like, yeah, you guys, everyone always thought you were brothers when you grew up, when you were growing up, and then people sometimes mistake them visually, but not frequently, and things like that. So at first you're like, oh, okay, maybe they look a little similar, but by the end you're like, is this a fight club? Is this a fight club? Are you doing a fight club? Are they the same person? And then I looked up, I think I already said this on stream, but I looked up the publishing days, and this one came out in 97, and Fight Club, the book, was written in 96. So definitely this came before Fight Club, and it is 100%. I would be absolutely flabbergasted if this wasn't a noted direct inspiration for Fight Club, because it fully plays with the exact same ideas of what if you were... And it doesn't make it explicit, it doesn't make it clear whether this is what's going on or not, because the whole books are so... postmodern, but like, what if you were two different people and you didn't know, and you were fighting each other the whole time, and kind of those ideas. It definitely feels like it inspired Fight Club, and that was really cool. And it's not even a long read, like I said, it's a trilogy, but altogether it was 500 pages on my e-reader, so not a super long read. And if you like postmodern stories that do have a point, it did come together by the end, because some of them fucking don't. Some writers just like write garbage, and then because it's so weird, you're expected to think it's good. This one actually does come together, and it does, like, I don't know if it's super clear or the best on its point, but it's definitely talking about the interplay between the author and his character and their characters, and fiction and reality. And it was very interesting. I enjoyed it. It was also weird because, in the sense that fictional characters are compulsed to do whatever the writer tells them, all of the characters in these books basically operated solely out of a sense of compulsion. Like, they would get, they would agree to be a detective and investigate someone, and then that is all they could do, and they immediately, like, or progressively lost any other goal. Their only goal was to do this one thing. And it felt like a commentary on how characters can only do what the writer tells them to do. And if the writer doesn't know what to make the character do next, that's it. They just keep doing it to an absurdist degree. Yeah, like, they had goals at the beginning, and they kind of do, like, question what they're doing at first. They're like, this is weird. Maybe it would be totally normal if I am only one person, if I didn't watch this guy 24 hours a day, because no one would expect that, obviously. They would hire multiple detectives if they wanted 24-hour surveillance. But then proceeds to, like, basically slowly or rapidly devolve into 24-hour surveillance, even though they're just one guy. And it's like, that wasn't even part of your agreement. Like, why? But the characters all do things like that. They just kind of repeat the same steps and repeat whatever the person they're tailing is doing, and they lose track of their lives and become other people. Yeah, it felt like an author dealing with a story where your characters where you can't figure out what to do next, like where your characters don't know what to do and the story won't write itself, and you're like, well, they just keep doing the thing they're doing. Yeah, love the ideas that come out of books, right? And you like every genre. Exactly right. They all have something, they all have an interesting way to say things, right? There were also a couple like ideas and props and motifs that came up repeatedly, which you want in a trilogy like this. You want stuff to resolve by the end. And it didn't really resolve, but it did. It pulled its own ideas together enough that you can find a meaning in there that's not just bullshit. Like you can come up with a cohesive idea or concept that the author likely intended or could have intended. And so things like there is one of the characters who writes in a little red notebook, and then at one point the person is following that character, and then that character starts writing in the little red notebook themselves, and then another character has a little red notebook, and it's, you know, it's unclear as to how much this is the exact same character with the same notebook at different stages of life and that kind of stuff, and how many of these characters are their own characters and or are repeats of the same characters, because we've already seen literally characters become other characters in the example of the first writer becoming the detective, you know, literally taking someone else's name right from the get-go. And then you also have things like the last character who is trying so hard not to take his friend's name, and yet still it's debatable at the end as to whether he was his friend all along. So things like that. I just thought it was pretty good. If you like really weird books that play with that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm probably going to clip this part to just be the book club when I post it as a highlight, so I'm trying to think if there's anything I said earlier that I should say again. I've kind of been talking about this book the whole stream, and it's now like a 4-hour stream. What else did it do that was interesting? I feel like I have covered it all. It played a lot with the idea of watching people, and obviously the commentary of how a reader is by nature watching someone when they read a book about them. So you had that kind of voyeurism of a detective literally stalking, you know, not stalking, but like investigating, or stalking is the right word, I'm not sure if that's what you call it when it's professional. But like, you know, investigating, tailing someone and watching their every move. And then as the reader, like, obviously you are also doing that. You are watching this character watch another character. And then in the book itself literally talks about how, like, what if that character was also being watched by the character that they're watching? And what if they're all being watched by the person who hired them? And what if the person who hired them is the person they're watching? And et cetera, et cetera. Like, what if you're all the same, circle, circle, everyone is everyone? And I like plots where everyone is everyone. I like that kind of philosophy of everyone is everyone. So I like seeing it done in narratives. So that appealed to me. This is so good, and I need to eat more of it before it gets cold. I'm so mad at my bangs. They looked so good earlier, and now they just keep doing this stringy thing. Like, what is this stringy thing? Stop being weird and PC. Just be with the rest of the hair, please. I was gonna do some writing today. I even opened some up. I haven't done anything with it. I'm not overly concerned about that. Oh my god, this is so good. No, little chaos looks good on you. Well, my hair hates listening to me, so it is always chaotic. At least in my books, I'm always like, oh, my hair looks so bad. And then everyone's like, I didn't notice anything. And I'm like, well, thank you. That's sweet. It looks awful to me. It's okay right now. It's listening. Except for this piece. See, look at this stupid piece. Why is that not connected to the rest of the pieces? Like, just get over there. Stop hanging out on your own. You're not special. as I was saying, I wanted to watch something before I went to bed. And I remember them, I'm most of the way through the Fantastic Beasts trilogy, which is terrible, and I do not recommend to anyone, except for the fact that Jude Law is pretty good in it. And the assorted actors who play his rival are also really good. But the actual movies are bad. The second one was not that bad. I haven't seen the third one yet. The first one was awful. Just boring. The second one was pretty boring too. But Jude Law's keeping me going. God, I've got to so I'm doing the Dracula Daily emails, and I actually got pretty far through it, but I haven't read any for about a month, and so July is apparently like one of the busiest months in that stupid book. So I've got to catch up on my stupid Dracula Daily readings. I'm not even that far behind. I'm on July 24th. Okay, so that's pretty much exactly what I thought. About a month behind. That's not too bad. I can catch up on 30 days of reading. But last year I only got like a month into it and then I gave up. This year I'm quite far into it, so I don't want to give up because I'll like, you know what I mean? I'll never find the same spot next year to start. Because even if I wrote it down, it won't happen. I would have to just start from the beginning. And since I don't want to do that, I need to finish it this time before I get even further behind. Why is caps lock on this computer? This is also really liquidy. I feel like I don't know if I used too much butter or I feel like I could have used more yogurt because it could have been a little bit thicker. This is quite liquidy. Also, if you are reading the New York trilogy, be aware that it gets really slow at certain points in the first and second book. But because the whole thing is so short, even when it's slow, you just power through it and you'll get through it pretty quick. Because it gets really boring when it gets to the part where like the characters are being really boring because they're just watching each other do nothing for like pages and pages on end, and it's like, okay, we get it. We get it. The point is that it's boring and monotonous and they're trapped in it. That's cool. Next. And then they do get on with it. So that's my other advice. If you get stuck in it at some point, just power through it. They will start getting interesting again. Mostly because they just start getting fucking crazier. That's what we're here for, baby. I'm so glad I made this. I never regret making this, except for when it fails and then I have to make it twice and then I'm tired by the end of it. God damn it, this is the best food on the planet. I'm also really excited for writing club next week because I have a story that's almost finished, but it still needs quite a bit of work. Like, it needs some actual work. It's not done and needs editing. It's like it needs a couple more scenes written, and some of the important scenes, stupid final battles and stuff, and I hate writing those. I just gloss over them half the time, and I might do that with this. But I've got to find the right amount to gloss over instead of all of it, which I'm not going to do because the whole story is actually pretty in-depth, and I don't want to do that. So I've got to finish it. But I want to get it done this month because I want to have it done before October. So that's my goal, is to get. So I'm going to definitely writing club next week is going to be an important one. I have something I need to finish, and I want to work on it before next Monday, but I want to get a bunch of work done on it next Monday. I feel like I should switch the titles just because I'm not actively talking about books anymore. Unless anyone else has any books they've read recently I want to talk about. But otherwise, as I said, I'm going to try to edit this so that the book club is separate from the rest of the segment. So I'm going to switch this back to co-working probably. There we go. And I don't know if I'm even going to use a timer at this point. I'm still eating. I guess I'll put the timer on. I'll just keep setting 15-minute timers and then I'll finish up here soon. This meal's also so filling. It's like, oh, it's not really that much food. And then you're like, oh yeah, it's like straight yogurt, butter, and eggs. Yeah, it's pretty filling. I'm laughing right now because I've been trying not to swear so much. And I was doing so well today until I made this dessert. This food. And I think I've sworn 3 times about this stupid meal. And I think I only swore once the rest of this entire stream. But you bring out this food that I'm so in love with, and I'm too excited. Oh, I should call my grandmother because I tried to call her. I didn't try to call her yesterday, but I tried to call her the day before and she wasn't free. And so I didn't call her yesterday or the day before, so I should try to call her today. I should put this on break, not working. Not that it really matters. I want to make sure I eat all the egg in this because a lot of this is very liquidy, but there's still pieces of egg left. This is heaven. And this is one of those meals too where if I let myself, I would overdo it and then it wouldn't be as good to me anymore. So I don't let myself make it that often, but I haven't had it in too long. Also, the last time I tried to make it, I had the wrong yogurt and it was like weird sweet. It wasn't weird, it was a sweet yogurt and it only worked so. It still worked. But so I'd put it off for a while and I'm glad I did and I'm glad I found a decent yogurt this time because it's so good. And it's better when you haven't just had it, though it's good all the time. Okay, this is good. I'm getting full. I think I can stop now, but I've only got like 2 or 3 more bites of egg left. So that's perfect. Why is my C key not working? There we go. I'm like trying to write the word much and it keeps being muh repeatedly. I'm like, okay, I know I hit the button. Damn, that is so good. As I said, I would eat that every day if it wouldn't lose its efficacy. It would never not be delicious though. Okay. Let's see who we should raid. Oh, I'm gonna run an ad. Right, so I think we're gonna go raid Coffee Cools, who we haven't raided in a while. So let's go there. Alright, raid. Oh, I gotta do the message first. I guess it's book club raid, but I don't think I have a message for that. Double check. I already checked, but I don't really look. Alright, should be good. Alright, that all looks excellent. Let's give it a go. Alright, thank you so much to everyone who tuned in today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed the book club book review. If you like talking about books and or movies and TV, film, anything, make sure you join the Discord because we have channels for kind of discussion and posting cool stuff you find. If you like books, you like reading, if you like writing, make sure you tune in next week for Writing Club, especially if you are a writer or you'd like to do more writing. We're going to be doing, a co-working session devoted to writing and editing. And we're going to be doing more co-working this week. We're also going to be doing some art and design, probably a bunch more graphic design, and I might even be able to pull it up on my computer. I haven't tried that since I've been in this Wi-Fi with this computer. So this computer might be able to handle actually showing what's on my screen and running Canva at the same time and streaming at the same time. So we'll give that a try at some point, maybe this week. But give it a like, give it a follow, give it a subscribe. I'm Natasha. We do co-working and creative streams, and I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have an excellent rest of your day, and we will see you back here again soon. Bye, everyone.